Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, and we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. The chairman of the board, Mr. David Reed, is here today. Hello, David Reed.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Outstanding, outstanding. And in fact, today is one of my favorite days of the year. It's one of the 5 or 6 days that Mike Sando at The Athletic has his Execs Unfiltered series. And he does this for free agency. He does this for the draft. And then occasionally he'll talk to league executives throughout the course of the NFL season. And today at The Athletic was when Mike Sando dropped the League Executives Unfiltered about the AFC draft. So every team in the AFC talked to a couple executives, said, what'd you think about their draft? What'd you think about this draft? What'd you think about that draft? And because these executives are unnamed, they're allowed to let it fly. Now, before you do the whole thing that some of you like to do when it comes to put your name on it, I don't care what some unnamed executive said, remember that we just did this 2 weeks ago, in which one unnamed assistant coach told Tom Pelissero that Shador Sanders was a complete and total a-hole when they met with him. And the worst part about it was he's not even that good. And for a week, everybody out there was outraged about put your name on it. And I'm just going to tell you, that assistant coach would not have said that if his name had to be on it. Now that the draft has come and gone, don't you think that was probably the truth? I remember last year when people said, I don't know, man, that T'Vondre Sweat, he's going to break your heart. He's not going to change. He's not going to go get the quarterback. He's not going to. I don't care what unnamed executives say. I do, because they usually tell the truth. Like when they said, hey, Caleb Farley, his medical, horrible. So I did wonder what they would say about Cam Ward and the Titans. And the first Athletic executive said this, and I really want to know one specific thing about this executive. Quote, there are so many things in Kansas City that they had that I do not think Tennessee has. And then it's not the same player, talking about Ward and Mahomes. You have to be really disciplined and understand that the worst thing you can do is put a young quarterback in a bad situation. Now, I would love to know who this executive is. Years ago, I heard something on ESPN about somebody in a specific team's building, and I saw that person at the Super Bowl, the ESPN reporter that reported it, and I said, hey, just, between us girls, who was it? And I actually knew the person in the building of what was being reported, and I thought, I don't care about them. But here's what I want to know about this executive. Again, the thing that stood out to me, there are so many things that Kansas City had that I do not think Tennessee has, because I think deep down inside we can all agree. Mike Borgonzi is seeing things with Cam Ward that he probably saw or that Andy Reid saw in Kansas City, and he's saying, I can do that here. And I would love to know the experience of the executive who said that to The Athletic. Is this somebody who's been an executive in the NFL, a general manager, an assistant general manager, one of these senior executive types that's been that for 20 years in the NFL? Or is this a younger guy? Because if I had to put my money on it, I would say that's somebody who's been through it. That's somebody that has the experience, that has learned things the hard way. I can't tell you how many general managers I've talked to, former GMs, that have told me, yeah, I had to learn that the hard way. We had Mark Dominic on the show, the former Tampa Bay general manager last year before the draft, and I asked him, I said, if you were Ran Carthon, when Ran was GM of the Titans, and I said, if you were Ran Carthon and you've got Brian Callahan and Bill Callahan saying, oh, we've got to have the tackle, but you loved Brock Bowers, what would you do? And he said, 35-year-old me, second year on the job, I probably would get talked into it. 50-year-old me? No, we're going to take the guy I want. Why? Because he's been through it. He learned the hard way. So when I see a league executive say, hey, man, You got to be really careful thinking you're just going to stick that kid out there and he's going to have success. And if you think this is going to be like Kansas City, this is nothing like Kansas City. My ears perk up and I'm like, I bet that's somebody that has experience. I said on Friday, I could feel the inexperience as far as the Titans were concerned. I could feel between Borgonzi and Callahan the I can do it nature of the general manager and the head coach because they've seen it done before. And that makes me very nervous because like that executive said, this isn't Kansas City. And I don't think that Mike Borgonzi is stupid. At least I don't think that yet. And yet I do kind of feel like he's looking at Cam Ward and thinking, I saw what they did in Kansas City and I can do it here with the Titans. But I looked back at it today. That team in 2017, and remember, Cam did not take over until, Mahomes did not take over.
Brian Callahan on Thursday night. I keep getting Thursday, Friday. Brian Callahan on Thursday night talking about the Titans. And hey, there is nothing that they would have done to trade Cam Ward. They had no interest in it. They weren't going to think about it. They weren't going to, because when you have a Cam Ward,
former number one,
you do not trade that quarterback.
Left tackle Eric Fisher,
at least according to the Titans.
Andy Reid at head coach,
and I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Over, had 183 career wins in the NFL and had already made it to 5 conference championship games and a Super Bowl. You don't have any of that. You don't have an all-pro tight end or an all-pro right tackle or a Pro Bowl running back or a Pro Bowl wide receiver. You don't have the former number one pick at left tackle. You don't have Andy Reid coaching. Your coach has 3 career wins. You just paid $50 million for an average left tackle who a lot of people think sucks. So I do wonder when Mike Borgonzi's looking at this football team and he's looking at Cam Ward, I have been wondering, okay, so what is it about Cam Ward that makes you think you can do this? Other than, I saw it in Kansas City and I can do it. Because what you have right now is nothing like what it was like in Kansas City when Patrick Mahomes got started. What did Mike Borgonzi see that made him think, you know what? Screw it. Cam is so good that we can do this. Because I was looking for one of these unnamed executives in The Athletic. I was looking for one of these guys to say it. And they didn't. Because even if you like Cam Ward and you like the attitude that he brings the team, you like what you heard in the meetings, you like the off-balance, unscripted plays that he made at Miami, there's a lot to like. I don't think you can ignore the situation that the Titans currently have, which I do not believe is conducive for a young quarterback to succeed in. Again, they don't have a single offensive Pro Bowler. They have one receiver. They have a running back. They have a league average left tackle who they're paying $50 million to. And that's about it. And their head coach has 3 career wins. And this is Mike Borgonzi's shot. Like by drafting Cam Ward, by turning down the Giants trade offer and the other trade offers. Remember, Shefty said, he was like, the Browns would have loved to go after Cam Ward. The Giants would have loved to go after Cam Ward. The Saints would have loved to go after Cam Ward. By turning that down, he's putting his chips in the middle saying, this is the guy. I got to know, how did he get there? And I've wanted to know this the whole time because when he got the job and he kept saying, Kansas City this, Kansas City that, Kansas City this, Kansas City that, I thought, they're going to go do what Kansas City did. Kansas City went and got Alex Smith. They, quote unquote, solidified the quarterback position because it was a bad quarterback class and they needed to build the team, and they did. And then they struck and they got Mahomes, and then they had a plan for Mahomes and they developed Mahomes. And so I figured he's going to want to do things the Kansas City way. And yet he's really doing it the opposite of the Kansas City way. He's doing what everybody else does. Let's just draft a guy number 1, stick him out there and see if he can sink or swim. That is the opposite of what Andy Reid did when he got to Kansas City. That is the opposite of what they did with Mahomes. And the situations couldn't be more different. And I'm just glad that there is an executive in the NFL For all you people out there that bitch about Bill Polian or Rick Spielman and say they got fired for a reason, for all the people that say they should make you GM, Jared, this is a league executive who is saying there are so many things Kansas City had that I do not think Tennessee has. The worst thing you can do is put a young quarterback in a bad situation. So I'm glad there's somebody else out there who sees it, because I'm trying to figure out what Borgonzi, Brinker, Callahan, and not really Callahan because he's got to win, so his view will be jilted in that direction anyways. But I'm trying to figure out, okay, so what is it about Cam Ward that makes you think that you can do this? Because your team sucks. Your coach might suck. So why are you putting your chips in the middle of this guy? Somebody explain it. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, because, again, this is not what they did in Kansas City. And when this guy got hired, it was Kansas City this, it was Kansas City that. 615-737-1025 is our phone number if you want to weigh in, and that's just what one league executive said. There were some other things in there. One league exec said, he would have been fourth, no better than the fourth quarterback off the board in last year's class, which is fine. And then somebody else said something along the lines of, he's going to be the first guy in and the last guy out, which, again, is good. But is he going to be the first guy in there to throw for 50 touchdowns? And that's what, when you're drafting number one, really matters. 615-737-1025. So I want to go back to something that I know many of you don't. But it's something that I can't let go of because, again, I'm still trying to figure out, what is the plan here? What are the Titans trying to pull off here in order to make Cam Ward a great quarterback? We'll get to that next. 615-737-1025. It's Stillman and Company on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
I believe that deal began with swap of firsts, next year's first, this year's second, next year's second. I mean, is that a windfall? I don't know.
It's pretty good. Say it again.
Swap a first, so they would have gone from first to third.
Yep.
Next year's first, this year's second, next year's second.
Yeah, I'll take that. I mean, I'm taking that.
That was the Robbie and Retro program. So that was the little nugget PK dropped yesterday. 2 1s and 2 2s to move from 1 to 3. And the Titans are like, no, we can't do it. Cam Ward is too good. And I heard Joe right there being like, yeah, nah, I think I'd go ahead and do that. I agree, Joseph. I would go ahead and do that too. So I want to revisit that for a second. Again, what PK says the trade offer was. And I'm not convinced that you couldn't have gotten more out of the Giants. Again, 2 1s and 2 2s. So that's 3, 34, 35 on Thursday and Friday, plus your 1, their 1, your 2, their 2 next year at the start of the draft. Like, that's pretty damn good. Assume you're going to hit 50% on your top picks. I know we'd like to think 100%, but let's be real. Let's say you hit 50% on your top picks, and none of these guys are quarterbacks or whatever. I mean, that's 7 picks. So that's 4 impact players that you've picked up. 3 at worst impact players that you've picked up. And I've already said that if I were the Titans, I would have tried to trade out of 3, try to move back to 10 to take a receiver who I loved Matthew Golden, but I would have tried to trade back to around 10 and taken Golden or Warren or Loveland, one of those guys, and try to pick up an extra first, and then I'd have 3. But if I had to stay at 3, I would have taken Ashton Genty. And I know he's a running back, and running backs aren't that, but you won a lot of games with Derrick Henry, and if you're going to have a young quarterback come in here, I'd like to have a freaking beast of a running back there that I can say, hey, young quarterback, Drew Aller, you're going to turn around and hand the ball to Ashton Genty 30 times a game. And I think Genty's going to be that guy. And I did see one of the executives in the Sando piece say that Genty and Hunter were the 2 quote-unquote cleanest best prospects in the draft. So I keep thinking about that trade and what the Titans could have had, the 2 1s and the 2 2s and everything else. And I would agree. If Burrow was out there, I would have said no. If a Lawrence was out there, I would have said no. Kyle Shanahan traded 3 1s to go get Trey Lance. But I don't think Cam Ward's that kind of prospect. The Titans do. There's another thing an executive said in the Sando article, quote, in the big picture, I think Cam Ward was a no-brainer for them. But if this was last year's draft, Ward probably would have been the 4th quarterback off the board. Meanwhile, next year's quarterback class, according to the consensus, is much better than this year's quarterback class is supposed to be. Also from The Athletic, this was Jeff Howe, who wrote, talked to scouts, executives, etc. Quote, this group is better than last year's, a scout said, and there's certainly a long way to go. Another scout said, it certainly seems stronger than this year's class, but it ultimately may depend on who declares for the NFL, talking about Arch and some of these other guys. An executive said, there are so many guys like that, it's hard to sit here now and know who for sure will make the leap, but I see more candidates to be able to make that jump than the 2025 class. Another executive said it makes what Cleveland did by picking up Jacksonville's 1 next year look very smart. I thought Andrew Berry did an awesome job. So you could have had all those giant picks and your picks, including the first rounder next year, in a better quarterback class, and you would have had better players already in place with the draft picks you would have used this year to help welcome in that new quarterback, which again takes me back to the executive that said, I mean, Kansas City had things the Titans didn't have. Kansas City had an all-pro right tackle. Kansas City had an all-pro tight end. Kansas City had Tyreek Hill. Kansas City had Kareem Hunt. Kansas City had Andy Reid when they put Mahomes in there. You've got none of that. You've got Ridley and Pollard and a bunch of losers. That's what you have. It makes me nervous. And I keep thinking about that trade, and I'm like, man, that's how you could have built up this team. You could have built up this team with that trade. And then next year with the Giants pick, you probably could have gotten a better quarterback prospect. Oh, and that's why I think we're going to look at that Giants pick and say, what could have been? Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com at 615-737-1025. Adam is going to kick us off today on the program. Adam, thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Well, I feel like you're exactly right when it comes to the trade. I would have took that trade package, and I would have took less than that trade package, to be honest with you. But there's zero chance that Cam succeeds. Like you're saying, look at what the Chiefs had in 2017, 2018 before Mahomes went in there. They were a playoff team. They had a home playoff game. It's not like Cam's coming into a home playoff situation. He's going to be forced to play right off the bat. So even if they say, hey, I have experience with the number 1 overall pick, they're just trying to flex. Like that's what that front office does. If you couldn't tell by that press conference, they're like, we're going to let people know we're accomplished so they don't think we're just losers because all we do is lose. So that's all they can do is say that. But the truth is that they have no experience with a losing team and a quarterback being able to do this. So I don't know, dude. Like I feel like if I had to guess, if I had to give you $1 million, if I have to say I'll give you $1 million if you can guess how many games the Titans are going to win next year and be within a game, what number would you say?
5.
Yeah, maybe 3 or 4. Like, and that's at very best, man. I just don't see Cam having a chance to succeed, and I hate that because I feel like if he were to go to that Chiefs team, if Cam would have been there, he probably could be a pretty good quarterback, but he's not.
So I don't disagree with anything you've said, and that's something because, Adam, we obviously have a long history of disagreeing about things. I don't disagree with him. I mean, I'm trying to figure out now how the Titans don't ruin Cam Ward, and I'm having a hard time. All these people keep talking about, they draft, they're trying to get upside. They're trying to draft upside. They're taking a swing. What are you swinging with? Like, what are you, Calvin Ridley? That's it? Like, they swung with Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill and Andy Reid, and what are you swinging with? And the Giants gave you the ammunition if you didn't take Cam so that you could really take the swing next year. I keep trying to think in my head, okay, what does Mike Borgonzi know that I don't know? Because you could have had all those picks, including the Giants picks next year. And let's not kid ourselves on the coach either here, because that would have given you a shot, as if you're Borgonzi, that would have given you a real shot to decide if Brian Callahan is or is not your guy. And if he's not your guy, like if you watch him for a year and you're like, man, this guy, he can really coach. Let's go. Let's get a quarterback. Let's do this thing. Or you can watch him for a year and say, nah, I'd rather go get Matt Nagy, or I'd rather go get Mike McCarthy, or I'd rather get somebody else that developed the quarterback than him. Then you take your swing next year and the coach isn't on the hot seat. And there isn't this talk of, yeah, if things don't go well this year, we're going to fire the coach. So I keep wondering, like, what am I missing here? How can the Titans and Titan fans just be like, nah, we're going with Cam. We've got no tight end. Our left guard might stink. Our center's hurt. Our right tackle was a rookie last year and wasn't very good. Our second receiver's an old pawpaw. We're going to just run rookies out there in the slot. And our defense wasn't very good last year. But nah, it'll be fine. What am I missing? Somebody help me out. Instead of just saying, nah, or doing what the distinguished gentleman does, which is that little Cam Ward celebration emoji where he puts his hand in front of his mouth. That doesn't tell me anything. What am I missing? What don't I see? What doesn't this executive at the Athletic, what are we missing that Borgonzi and Brinker and Callahan are so smart that we don't understand? Somebody help me out. 615-737-1025 is our phone number on the program. If you want to weigh in, that's 615-737-1025. I did hear something today that got me thinking when I was listening to the Callahan press conference. You know what? I think I want to get on that. I'll hit on that next. 615-737-1025, because maybe Borgonzi and Callahan are long-lost brothers like Rand and Chad. More of your phones. Stillman and Company, 615-737-1025 if you want to weigh in. Tune into 94.9 The Fan today as the Sounds have a doubleheader against Gwinnett. Pregame begins at 3:45. First pitch is at 4 o'clock. Coverage also available at the Game Nashville app and at theGameNashville.com. Sounds baseball on 94.9 The Fan, presented by Twin Peaks and by Family Leisure. And also be sure to join Big Joe Dubin and 102.5 The Game from 10 to noon at Coleman Tractor of Nashville this Saturday for Kubota Orange Days. There will be exclusive deals on compact tractors, zero turns, and more with special financing available. The sale runs from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. with demos, deals, giveaways, and lunch from 11 to 1. That's at the Coleman Tractor of Nashville, located at 7221 Whites Creek Pike in Jolton this Saturday.
It was constant through the whole process from the minute they got here. You know, they spent time, especially Mike and Dave, at every sort of lunchtime point we had early when he first got in here after we got back from the combine. You know, we went through every position with every position coach, talked through the players, talked through our needs, talked to where we thought we needed to get better, where we thought we could improve. And then, their job is to manage that with the free agency market and see what that looks like. And you're matching up both the free agency market and the draft, and you're trying to balance out where you think you can find the players you need. And I thought they did a really nice job of that. And again, I have there's no qualms on my end about the communication and the feedback he took from us and the coaching staff wise. And I think we were all on the same page with where we were headed and how we were going to get there.
Brian Callahan, man, he loves this Mike Borgonzi. Then again, what else is he going to say? There was one thing that was interesting today in the Callahan press conference that kind of stood out. I was kind of like, where he said, hey, Mike was very open with the board, and not all general managers, this is what Callahan said, not all general managers I've been around are very open with the board. It's that was kind of something that was interesting. And I heard that and I thought, man, either Amy really does believe in this collaboration stuff that they just don't say right now because they got hammered for it last year. Collaboration, sunshine, rainbows, lollipops. Or, and this is what I think is probably more likely because this is what I would do if I was Mike Borgonzi. I'm letting him look at the board because that's the board that he's going to see. The real board is up here, right here in the cranium. That's where the real board is, but this is the board we're going off of. And then if I start seeing things come out in the media about what our board says, then I know who I can trust and who I can't trust. But I doubt Mike Borgonzi, if he really has the juice of this organization, is just coming in here and trusting a bunch of guys he doesn't know with state secrets. I just can't see it. Because general managers that have done this for a while, they don't even trust their head coach. I know it sounds crazy, but that is just a lot of times a reality in the league. Let's go back to your phone, 615-737-1025. Is that Rick? Rick is up next here on our program. Rick, thank you for calling and thank you for waiting. Go ahead. Buck. Go ahead, Buck.
Yo, Jerry, what up, dude? Mazel tov on little baby boy.
Thanks. Get to it.
Hey, all right. Yo, okay, so let's get to it. I'm not sold on Cam Ward as much as you are. So, but let's just play devil's advocate. We take the picks, right? We trade back. Who's playing quarterback?
Well, I would have signed Sam Darnold, but there's a bunch of people you could have signed. You could have traded for Geno Smith. You could have signed Daniel Jones. You could have signed Jamie. You could have signed any of those guys.
I agree. So then you have 6 wins, 5 or 6 wins. You're picking top 10. You can trade back up. But again, Callahan's gone after that, right? And then you're also, Borgonzi is on a short leash to basically pick a quarterback that would be better than Cam Ward. If Cam Ward shows out the first 2 years, Borgonzi gets fired probably after year 2 that he's here. Because we know Amy is very impulsive, and if Cam Ward shows out more than his rookie next year, you know what's happening. So we passed on Cam Ward. You take a chance that next year maybe you get a quarterback that'll be better. So he was looking at it like, you know what? I'm just going to go with this guy and live and die by him. So that's what I'm thinking Borgonzi was thinking.
All right. Thank you for the call. So here's what I would say again. He said, I'm not as sold on Cam Ward as you are. Well, I'm not sold on Cam Ward. So I don't know what that meant. The idea of like, hey, I'm not as sold as you, really, because I spent the last 3 months saying trade the pick, trade the pick, trade the pick, trade the pick. I spent the last segment saying I would have traded the pick. I can't believe they did. What am I missing? Why didn't they trade the pick? But I'll say this. If you think he's Burrow, not if you think that you can coach him up into Burrow, if you think he's Burrow as a prospect, if you think that he was Trevor Lawrence as a prospect, take him. But I, and apparently everybody else, did not think that he was an elite level prospect. Again, last year they had 3 guys that were elite level prospects, whether you like them or not. Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels were viewed as elite quarterback prospects, as in they would have gone number 1 in any year that there wasn't a quarterback. 2022, where a quarterback didn't go until Kenny Pickett at 20, any of those 3 guys would have gone number 1. That's how the league viewed those guys. They keep saying, this guy is not those guys. They keep saying it. The Titans keep saying, this guy is that guy. So when it comes to, well, if he had gone to the Giants and he had balled out, Amy would have fired Borgonzi. Again, you can't worry about worst case scenario, what somebody might become. You have to do what's in the best interest of your team at that time. At that time. That's like saying, well, what if you dump her and she has a huge glow up and all of a sudden you just dumped the next. I'm trying to think of somebody off the top of my head that's like Miranda Kitts, the old Victoria's Secret supermodel. God, I loved her. I mean, you can't worry about that. You don't worry about it now. If you look at him and you're like, hey, this guy is a legit Jaden Daniels prospect, fine, take him. But I don't see enough people that are saying that. And this team, if you're looking at him like a Mahomes or an Allen, a guy that had to develop into that, you don't have the infrastructure those teams had. So how do you do that? Kevin says, oh my God, are you going to nitpick everything about this draft? Everything in 2020 hindsight after the draft. Nothing is guaranteed for next year's draft. You don't think Cam Ward is that kind of draft pick, but obviously the front office of the Titans do, which is why you blab on the radio instead of running an NFL franchise. I mean, do we need to go over everything that happened last year? I was listening to Callahan's press conference today, and Callahan was talking about tackles. And he's like, every team's got to have 2 tackles, and swing tackles have to play both left and right. But Dan Moore's only played left tackle. And all I could think about was a flashback to last year. When he was even talking about the competition at quarterback, about, we're going to compete and all 4 guys are going to have a shot. And I thought back to last year when it was, oh yeah, we're going to compete at right tackle and we're going to find somebody and and I'm like, what? That's not how this works. I'm like, what if you don't have enough reps? They're like, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Then PT got hurt. And it was like, oh, well, now we'll get these other guys in there. Then PT came back in training camp, and it's like, nope, we're good. What happened to competing? What happened to competition? What happened to... And when I heard him talking about competition, I'm like, oh, yeah, I heard all this last year. And I was right. So when you sit there and you're like, these guys are so much smarter than you, they run a team. Let's look at the scoreboard over the last 2 years. One texter says, Jared, I don't think you're missing anything with the Cam Ward pick. There's a lot of box score analysts. Even if you watch his tape, Cam Ward is not that good of a quarterback. There was a reason he wasn't rated coming out of high school. There was a reason he played at smaller schools, including Miami, who is in the ACC. Same thing with Shador Sanders. You need to look at what teams these guys are coming from and the offenses they played and the defenses they played against. And apparently the Titans decided they didn't look at that. Well, I mean, Mahomes played at Texas Tech in the Big 12. And they didn't win a ton of games. But I will say, I do think that we need to stop looking at the Power 4 as the same. That, oh, Miami and Ohio State are the same. Because it's really the Power 2, and then what I would say the AAA 2. The Big 12, which is the ACC West and the ACC. Devin says, Jared, why would another team like the Giants try to trade that much for Cam Ward if he was not an elite prospect behind closed doors? Because unlike your general manager and head coach, and again, who knows about Callahan's true standing in all of this, but the Giants are very much on the hot seat. We're talking about picks next year. Joe Shea knows if the Giants win another 4 games, and Jackson Dart isn't their guy at the end of this year, he's gone. Like, they know that. The owner has said it. The owner says his patience is running out. They don't have the time that you would have had to get this right. Ted Williams has a book called The Science of Hitting. And Warren Buffett always cites this when it comes to his investment strategy. Ted Williams in this, The Science of Hitting, put a little baseball in every single portion of the strike zone. And then he figured out what his average was over the course of a season on each of those little baseballs inside of the strike zone. And so if it's right down the middle, Ted Williams is a 500 hitter. If it's on the outside corner, which is still technically a strike, Ted Williams found that he was I don't know the exact stats on what it was, but Ted Williams found out that he was a 215 hitter. The reason I say all of this is because Warren Buffett's theory is I should be like Ted Williams. I should be very selective. Ted Williams, early in the count, is going to let a ball in the outside corner where he's a 185 hitter. He's going to let that go for strike one because he wants to wait on a pitch that's right in the sweet spot for him to swing at. And Warren Buffett says that's how I should invest. But the difference is, if Ted has 2 strikes on him, Ted has to swing at that ball on the outside corner that he would traditionally not want to swing at, but he's got 2 strikes. And if he doesn't swing at it, it's strike 3. Warren says, as an investor, I don't have to do that. Well, the Giants right now, they have to take that shot because if they don't, they're fired. Strike 3. You don't. You just got here. If you had signed Sam Darnold, or if you had signed Daniel Jones, or if you had and laid out, hey, this is a rebuild, you would have gotten the time. Monty Ossenfort's getting that time in Arizona right now. Because what did he do? He got there and he traded away the Will Anderson pick for a boatload of picks. That's what's different between you and the Giants. That's why the Giants were desperate, because they're down in the count. You're not. 615-737-1025. More of your phones on this. 615-737-1025. It's Stillman & Company on 102.5 The Game.
you hear the comparisons with Patrick, obviously a player you know pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's not exactly fair to compare him to someone like that, but do you put any stock in that?
Some of the things I mentioned about instincts and spatial awareness when we studied Patrick coming out, I thought Cam showed that. Now he's got a long way to become Patrick Mahomes, future Hall of Fame with 3 Super Bowls right now. But there were certain traits I think that I saw, that I've been around Patrick a long time. His ability to process and the instincts kind of stood out to me.
There you go. That was Mike Borgonzi on Thursday. And you could tell Mike Borgonzi was a little uncomfortable when asked about the Mahomes question. And there was kind of an executive in The Athletic that thought, yeah, the young guy in Tennessee and the young guy in Jacksonville, it probably shouldn't have said what they said. I'm like, hey, what the young guy in Jacksonville said was way stupider than what Borgonzi said. Borgonzi was like, yeah, some of the traits I saw from Patrick, I've seen some of that in Cam's game. And so I wouldn't have said that, but it wasn't as bad as what the Jacksonville guy said. So one texter says, they are not Kansas City, Jared. They will play the hand that they are dealt. Plenty of quarterbacks have had successful careers starting day one. Also, there is no guarantee that he starts on day one. Well, unless you think Brandon Allen or Will Levis is starting at quarterback for the Tennessee Titans in 2025, and if I was the coach, there's a pretty good chance Brandon Allen would be starting. But because I'm not the coach, and the Titans coaches usually do the exact opposite of what I think makes sense, and that's why they're 3-14, I would say it's going to be Cam Ward. Now, I did think about this. Yesterday, I was talking about that Mel Kiper cut where he said, for 50 years, the NFL's gotten quarterbacks all wrong. I mean, they got Boomer Esiason wrong in 1984. I mean, they got them all. They got Tom Brady wrong in 2000. They got them all wrong. And I said, look, it's so complicated as far as making a quarterback successful. We just think that the Ravens just drafted Lamar Jackson, and it was like, oh, they found a gold mine. They developed Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen was developed. He was awful those first 2 years. And so when you're sitting there telling me like, hey, plenty of quarterbacks have gone number one, Jared, and had successful careers and have been fine. And if number one, everyone tells us this is not a traditional quarterback number one year. Also, 4 quarterbacks in the draft era have been taken number one and have made the Hall of Fame. Manning, Elway, Bradshaw, and Aikman. And you want to know what's crazy? Both Bradshaw and Aikman got benched. Elway was drafted number 1 overall by the Baltimore Colts, but he didn't play for the Baltimore Colts. He got traded to the Denver Broncos. So that means one number 1 draft choice has been picked number 1 overall at quarterback and made the Hall of Fame and done most of his career damage, most of the success he's had with the team that drafted him without being benched, Manning. Do you guys really think Cam Ward's Manning? Because nobody else on the planet thinks he's Manning. And when I hear him say, well, they're not Kansas City, Jared, they're not going to do the things the Kansas City way, then why did you hire the guy from Kansas City? When all those Belichick assistants got hired, you think that they hired these guys from New England because they wanted to do things differently? You think you hire a Nick Saban assistant because you want to be a team that runs amok and has no discipline? No, you're doing it because you're trying to get a little of that secret sauce from Belichick, although not the secret sauce he's getting right now, but you're trying to get a little bit of that secret sauce from Nick Saban. Well, when you're getting the guy from Kansas City, you're expecting him to want to do things the Kansas City way. I mean, the whole Titans thing, I kept asking the Titans, what in the world has Chad Brinker done that would make you think that he's qualified for this position? And all I ever hear is about, well, he worked for the Green Bay Packers. What you're saying is you want to be that way. Well, in Kansas City, when they drafted the quarterback and they sat him on the bench, they had a Pro Bowl left tackle and a Pro Bowl receiver and a Pro Bowl running back and an all-pro tight end and an all-pro right tackle. And Andy Reid is the coach. You don't have any of that. So what am I not seeing? Skyler says, is Titans ownership patient enough and willing to pay to do the things the Kansas City way? They would have had to pay to get a real starting quarterback to sit and develop Cam. Also, even if Amy told Borgonzi she was willing to be patient, she can't be trusted after what she's done over the last couple of years. I agree. But at the same time, if you're Mike Borgonzi and you don't think she's going to allow you to do things the Kansas City way, and you're coming from Kansas City, and again, when he got the job, it was Kansas City this, Kansas City that, then you don't take this job. Like and I understand it's one of 32. Got it. And I understand the money is nice. Got it. But it's not like the Chiefs are going to be bad this year and Mike Borgonzi wouldn't have had the opportunity to get a general manager job somewhere else next year. When the Titans hired Rand Carthon, they had a list of executives that they interviewed. They interviewed Ian Cunningham. They interviewed Malik Boyd. And there was one guy they wanted to interview who pulled out. Adam Peters, who had some experience with Belichick in New England, but had been in San Francisco. And Adam Peters was seen as a rising star in NFL executive circles. Adam Peters was going to interview for the Titans and pulled out and said, no, thank you. Why? Because he didn't want to have to share with Vrabel. He wanted to go somewhere where he could do things his way. A year later, the commander's job comes open, and he takes it. If you are Mike Borgonzi and you sit down for these job interviews and you're sitting here saying, hey, I would love to be general manager of the Titans and do things the Kansas City way, and the owner says, well, I'm not going to pay for us to be Kansas City, don't take the job. And that's your fault. Steve says, what makes you think the Titans would not have screwed up their picks if they had done a deal to move down in the draft? I have no faith in the Titans' ability to handle something like that, and as such, picking Cam Ward seemed like a no-brainer. A lot of other teams, yes, but the Titans, no, take the quarterback and move on. So take the quarterback and set him up to fail, because you don't trust that you could get more throws at the dartboard and that you're going to hit. Does anybody else understand how stupid some of this sounds? What? Again, you're just saying like, hey, you trade down with the Giants, they're going to blow all those picks. If you look back at the Falcons Julio Jones trade, the Browns blew all those picks. I have no faith in the Titans to get it right. So just go ahead and take the quarterback and then put him out there on a terrible team with a coach we don't even know is any good and just feed him to the wolves. And you think that's going to work? I'm trying to figure that. I'm trying to be intellectually honest here. I really am. What am I not seeing? What are they seeing? What are you all, the Let Rand Cook crew that now just on the YouTube chat post the emojis of the Cam Ward celebration? What are you seeing that I don't see? I just don't get it. 615-737-1025. The Titans had their first press conferences of the year of the offseason program. And after, there was one guy who I already wanted to kick to the curb and one guy I already wanted to go get. And after a press conference today, I decided just go get him. Just go do it. Just do it. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 to the game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating and Air Conditioning Game National Studios, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. I got to say this, and we will get to this later this hour. TD in 1 hour for the TD Power Hour. This Belichick Jordan Hudson story, I don't know about you guys. For me, this story hits like freaking crack. Like, I cannot not talk about this Jordan Hudson Belichick thing. It is wild to me and gets more wild as the day goes on.
It's just sad to me and gets sadder as the days go on for me.
Well, we will get to that in a second.
I mean, I don't think you could emasculate yourself anymore as a 73-year-old man than what's happening.
I mean, it's embarrassing. It's bad, but we'll get to that in a second. So today was the first day that the Titans offseason program had a media availability, which means Brian Callahan talked to the media and then select players talked to the media. And quite frankly, I usually don't care if it's not Derrick Henry, if it wasn't Ryan Tannehill, if it wasn't Byard. I really don't care what a lot of these Scarbini players have to say. Sorry, there's really nothing Lloyd Cushenberry's going to say or Peter Skoronski is going to say that is going to be worth us talking about. But I was listening to the Callahan press conference. That went off. Chig came up, and I heard the Chig Aonquo press conference. Now, before we get to these cuts, let me be incredibly transparent. 2 years ago, after Chig's rookie year, which I thought was very impressive, I was a little skeptical of giving him the starting job right away, but I figured, he might be able to do it. And then I went to training camp, and I was like, yep, Chig's ready. Chig's going to be a very good tight end in this league. He's athletic. He can catch. He can run after the catch. This can work. And Gentry Estes said to me on the sideline at training camp, I remember it like it was yesterday. He said, I don't get the Chig hype. And I looked at him and I said, I do. I think Chig's going to be pretty good. So for everybody out there that's like, you just want to be right, I bought into the Chig thing 2 years ago. Then Chig went through the entire season where he couldn't catch the football. Last year, Chig sucked too. And at the end of the year, maybe he came along a little bit. Every now and then, Chig has a play like the Texan game, like the Bears game, where it's like, damn. But then every other game, it's like, he kind of sucks. In fact, Chig Aonquo last year was 27th in yards for a tight end, 21st in touchdowns. PFF graded him 32nd out of 37 qualifying tight ends. He was top 10 in one category, drops, with which he was tied for 5th. His run blocking grade was an abysmal 36.0. So Adam Vingan has said now that Nicholas Petit-Frere is gone, that he thinks Chig is going to be the apple of my ire. And I have a hard time after today's press conference saying no. And I was, again, I don't really care what these other guys say, but I was listening to Chig's press conference because it came on after Callahan. And this was the first thing I heard from Chig that made me roll my eyes. Play the cut.
I think I saw you tweet maybe or post on social about your off-season travels. Where'd you go? Who'd you go with this off-season? What was it like?
Man, I was with the tight ends a lot of the time, a lot of the trips. I went to Costa Rica first. Then we had a little trip to Australia. And from there, went to Japan. And then I had a little trip to the UK and then Brazil. So I got to get around this offseason. It was fun.
Costa Rica, Australia, the UK, Japan, and Brazil. Now, if he's got one of those Amex Platinum cards, like, he's going to get hella points. And I hope he did, because the airport lounges and things like that are nice. But if you're going to Costa Rica, Brazil, Japan, Australia, and I feel like I left one out, the UK, when do you have time to train and get better? I went on the midday show and I asked Derek, I said, hey, Derek, how many trips did you go on per off season? He was like, well, I only went on one because I had to spend time training. I'm like, I know. But he didn't stop there. Chig was asked about Cam Ward. Here's what Chig had to say.
Sorry, so you got a third quarterback in 3 years coming. How much does that need to get settled for this football team to you guys to take a step forward?
Yeah, it's a very big thing. I mean, you see like all the great teams that have quarterbacks have been there for a long time. So with Cam coming in, we expect that from him, and he definitely is going to do it for us.
Oh, he's definitely going to do it. We expect him to be like Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson, and he's definitely going to do it. And I thought, oh no. My Chig doesn't get it. And I'm going to explain in a second in both instances how he doesn't get it. But then finally, this is the one that I could not believe. When I heard this come through my Bluetooth speaker today, I thought to myself, what is the matter with these people? Either they think we're stupid or they're stupid. Here's what Chig said when asked about how Cam Ward can win over the locker room.
Have you gotten to talk with him yet?
I talked to him one time in the cafeteria when he came.
What do you remember from that conversation?
Just really chill, calm personality, calm dude. I think he's perfect to lead the team.
What's it going to take for a rookie QB to win over a locker room with a bunch of vets?
I feel like he's already done it. Being the number one pick, I feel like we're all very excited. We're all very excited for him to come in. So honestly, I feel like he's already done that, in our perspective.
He's already won over the locker room. He's the number one pick. What? He's already won over the locker room. He hasn't practiced one time. I heard Charles Robinson this morning on Robbie and Joe say that Jaden Daniels made a check in a preseason game that everybody in the building after he made it was like, yo, he is that dude. But that's a game. We've been together for an entire offseason. We've been together for 3 weeks of training camp. He does this in the preseason game. Jaden Daniels is that dude. I'll never forget when Ryan Tannehill helicoptered himself into the end zone for a touchdown against Jacksonville when he went through 2 defenders, and they asked Derrick Henry after the game about Tannehill, and Derrick Henry goes, Ryan's balling. And I was like, okay, he's starting to win that group over. He hasn't even practiced, Cam Ward. And Chig's like, oh, yeah, I think he's already done it. And so if I were the Titans and I heard that Chig Aonquo press conference, again, Chig sucks. He does not block. He is no sure thing to catch it. And again, not to say that PFF rankings are gospel, 32 out of 37. I've seen enough Chig. 2 years as a starting tight end. He sucks. And he's going to get up there and say, yeah, I spent all my time this offseason out there traveling because I don't give a rat's ass about being any better than the 32nd of 37 tight ends. I think, do we have a leader or do we have a follower here? Because it doesn't sound like that guy's leading the team. It sounds like that guy's going off the vacation. Cancun on 3. Then the second thing, when asked about Cam Ward, and it's like he's saying, hey, all these great teams have great quarterbacks, and he's going to do that for us. We're counting on him. A veteran player, the kind of player that they need to have on this team, that they need to have starting for this team when Cam Ward gets here, would say things like, hey, this team, we haven't been good enough the last couple of years, but that's really about all of us. So when it comes to Cam, we're excited that the team drafted him, but all of us have to do the best job we possibly can every day to do the best as a team, or something like that. Something that says, hey, we got to do our part too. I can only control me. I can't control Cam. I'm excited about Cam and our quarterbacks, but we've got to do our part for our quarterbacks. Not, please save us, Mr. Quarterback. And then finally, he's already won over the team? He hasn't practiced. How is that even possible? How is that even possible? And so after I heard that mind-numbing press conference, after having seen the Titans give Chig Aonquo chance after chance after chance, and I was skeptical 2 years ago of just giving him the tight end position. I definitely last year was like, they need better tight ends. And this year I've been screaming it every day. But after every chance Chig has gotten, Chig has basically said, I didn't need to spend time getting ready for the season. I don't need to improve. In fact, he was asked about what he needs to improve on, and he said, just taking advantage of the opportunities that are given to me. I don't know, maybe improve on our 36.0 blocking grade. Maybe that would have been something you could improve on. After hearing that, if I'm Mike Borgonzi, I take that press conference to Amy Adams Strunk and say, I need $11 million to go trade for Mark Andrews. because I need veteran leaders who are productive and get it and understand football on this team, and not Chig. Keep going to the well of Chig and Traylon Burks and see where it gets you. But I could not believe, and again, this goes back to the lack of leadership this team has, because it kind of used to always be, hey, it's the first day of the offseason program, and they're going to put somebody out there. The Titans love to put people out there who are not going to say anything stupid, that are not going to elicit this type of response. Now, they understand. Like, there's no walking away from Tannehill or Henry or somebody like that, because the quarterback and the running back star, those people matter. But the Titans for years, and this might be where they're missing Robbie Bourne a little bit, but the Titans for years used to find a way to kind of put people out there that never said really anything controversial. That was Kevin Byard's superpower, was that Kevin Byard could get up there after they lost 85-0 and just talk about turning the page respectfully, where he didn't insult anybody's intelligence, but he also didn't pour gasoline on the fire. And they've had guys like that over the years that they could put in front of a microphone. Then there are other guys like Delaney Walker who they had to be careful about, because Delaney, if he got up there, Delaney just let it fly. Chig gets up there and is like, yeah, I spent my entire offseason going on all these trips. So when was there time for you to work on your game? And I already know the answer, because D-May said on the midday show that when he played, he took one trip in the offseason, and that was it, because he had to be back working out. And as I said to Derek on the midday show when we talked about this, I said, you know what the difference between you and Chig is? You were good. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Go get a real tight end. Chig is not that guy. We've given him enough chances. Go get a real tight end. You've got a young rookie quarterback who you've promised you won't F up. Go get a tight end. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company, 1025, 106 The Game. What's the most amount of countries that you went to in one off season for vacation as an NFL player?
As an active player.
I'm curious to know this.
On average, when I was a player, on average, maybe one. On average, a couple. It just depends, especially early on. No, not really, not any, because I was here working out. But as I started to get a little older, started getting the face, kids start growing, maybe one country, 2 a year, if that.
That was D Mace on the midday show at the end today, because Adam was like, I was texting Adam because Adam believes that Chig is going to be the new PT. Where I just go after him. And again, I thought 2 years ago Chig could do it. Now, last year when they were like, oh, we think Chig can do it, I'm like, no, sir. And now I'm like, don't do this to the young quarterback. A young quarterback's got to have a tight end. And so Adam was like, what did Chig say today that drove you crazy? And amongst the many things Chig said that drove me crazy, the one about all the vacations. Can we get that cut of Chig and all of his vacations again, Reed, if we could? Again, D. May said I had time for like one per off season, maybe. Like I was busy training. I was busy being good at football. Here was Chig's off season.
I think I saw you tweet maybe or post on social about your off-season travels. Where'd you go? And who'd you go with this off-season? What was it like?
Man, I was with the tight ends a lot of the time. A lot of the trips. I went to Costa Rica first. Then we had a little trip to Australia. And from there, went to Japan. And then I had a little trip to the UK and then Brazil. So I got to get around this offseason. It was fun.
I mean, listen to that. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's like he won the Showcase Showdown on The Price is Right for an entire week. I mean, what are we doing here? Unserious. And I use Derek as the comparison point to where it's like, see, that's serious. That is a guy who is good. Like, that is what somebody who is good, that is what the dedication looks like. This was a stat that the 33rd team put out here that I found a couple months ago, and I was like, wow, wide receivers with the highest EPA. So EPA is a nerd stat, expected points average, something like that. The nerds love it. Joe Rexroad and all his athletic buddies, they talk about EPA and they put their hands down their pants. And so wide receivers with the highest EPA on all of their targets in every season combined since 2000. So since the turn of the century. So no Jerry Rice, but everybody post Jerry Rice. Number 1, Torrey Holt. Number 2, T.O. Number 3, Randy Moss. Number 4, Derek Mason. Number 5, Marvin Harrison. Number 6, Reggie Wayne. Number 7, Aonquo Bolden. Number 8, Hines Ward. Number 9, Donald Driver. And number 10, Marcus Colston. Steve Smith Sr. is 11 and Larry Fitzgerald is 12. Again, that's what a good player does. Instead, you've got Chig. And I need somebody to tell me how in the world the Titans are going to bring this young quarterback along when his best tight end is 32nd out of 37. And instead of spending an offseason, Chig's a free agent after this year. Instead of spending this offseason dedicated, he's out in Costa Rica and Brazil and Australia and England and everywhere else. Somebody tell me this. And you guys are going to say, it's not a big deal. I disagree. I think not working hard is a big deal. I think not having a tight end on this team is a big deal for a young quarterback. And I think the fact that the Titans are about to give it another go with Chig, who has proven that he can't carry the load, is a big deal. 615-737-1025. Should the Titans try and trade for Kyle Pitts? If so, what would it take to get him? So at this point in the year, unless it's a veteran who's making too much money, at this point in the year, it's hard for you to get those kind of players. The guy who I think might be available, who I think you might be able to get, who I think you need, who I would pay the $11 million for, is Mark Andrews. And the fact that he wasn't moved at the draft makes me wonder if he actually is available. You know, the Ravens were asked, is Mark Andrews available? And Eric DeCosta, the general manager, said a bunch of words that were neither yes nor no. But I don't think at this point there is a tight end that they can go out and get. And I know they drafted Gunnar Helm, and I would love for Gunnar Helm to be the next George Kittle. But it's hard for me to just assume that a 4th-round pick is going to come in here and solve all your problems. I mean, that's why, again, if it was me, I would have gone and gotten a veteran tight end. Not a great veteran tight end because those guys don't exist. But I would have gone out and would have gotten a Mike Gesicki type of tight end. But the Titans just for years and years have just said, no, Chig, he can do it. He can do it. One texter says, should have drafted Elijah Arroyo. See, I'm not a big Elijah Arroyo fan. Joey from Bellevue says, John McClain is very high on Gunnar Helm. He mentioned that with Chase and Joe. Again, banking my hopes that Gunnar Helm is going to be the savior for Cam Ward. I want a veteran. I want a veteran tight end. Again, I know he's been in the news for the wrong reasons too, but when the Ravens got good in the 2000s, they'd gone out and added Shannon Sharp. At this point in the offseason, all the good free agents are gone, and I haven't looked at who's out there at tight end, but I don't think there's anybody out there who's like Mark Andrews. And also, I want to run the ball with a young quarterback. I want a tight end who can block. The Commanders have Zach Ertz. And I understand Zach Ertz isn't the same Zach Ertz he was in Philadelphia, but Zach Ertz is still a very important part of what they're doing with Jaden Daniels. Instead, it's hoping for the 3rd season in a row that Chig doesn't suck when for 2 years Chig has told us he sucks and then went out and spent his entire offseason out in Australia and Brazil and Costa Rica and London and Japan. I forgot about that one. I mean, again, just go ahead and just tell me. I haven't been worried about football this offseason. Been too busy traveling. 615-737-1025. The story that I believe the country and I cannot get enough of, and more details, juicy ones, continue to come out. We're going to have to get to that coming up next. We got to get to it. TD's coming up at 4 o'clock as well. 615-737-1025. It's time for the 4th annual 615 Open Charity Golf Tournament. Cromwell Media, along with partners Fox 17, Outfront Media, and Social Indoor, are proud to announce that we will be back at the Hermitage Golf Course on Thursday, May 29th, to make a difference while having a great time. You can join us and a few media members, athletes, and musicians as we raise money for Folds of Honor. Donations will go to provide life-changing scholarships to families of America's fallen or disabled military and first responders. Sign up to player sponsor at 615open.com.
What is Bill Belichick doing?
Well, this is a very slippery subject for me because Bill's one of my really good friends. I'm not sure what's going on. He's been a great friend for me for a long time. We've been friends since he coached for the Browns. I think he got to be very careful right now. This is starting to be on a very slippery slope. He's the greatest football coach ever for him and Nick Saban, for college Nick Saban, for Bill to NFL. Yeah, I from what I'm hearing, it's starting to be a very slippery slope. And I never talk about people's personal relationship. That's another rule I got. But I will admit I'm a little concerned with some of the stuff that's going on. And I might actually reach out to him and make sure everything's good. But I am concerned from what I'm hearing.
That was Charles Barkley on the Dan Patrick Show. And I got to tell you, this Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson story, this thing hits like crack. I cannot stop reading about this. I cannot stop talking about this. I cannot stop. And I'm just going to call it what it is. Gossip about Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. Now, I don't care about the fact that she's 24 and he's 73 and all of that. And I mean, it's not like this is new information that he's dating some young hottie. That's not new. But just how intertwined into the football program this woman is kind of a revelation. And how Mr. Belichick, Mr. Serious, Mr. I'm only focused on the next game and nothing is more important than the team and no distractions, and how he is just being drug around by his schmenzer by this young woman is just wild to me. And as I said yesterday, his brain is broken, and it cracked when Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay and won a Super Bowl. Because now all of Bill's aura as this football coach, it allowed him to be this condescending a-hole that he was for forever. And it's kind of like that whole aura was cracked. And now Bill has to go out there and prove it. And then he fails with Mac Jones. And now he can't get a job in the NFL. And so now to fill his insecurities, he's got this young babe. And that'd be one thing if it was just, hey, he's just got this young babe. But instead, he's bringing her to work. He's bringing her to work. It looks like Bill and Bill's side piece. It looks like Bobby Petrino in Arkansas. Like, it's embarrassing. And then every day, there's some sort of new story that comes out that I'm like, holy crap. Have you seen the latest from the New York Post? Quote, Bill Belichick's spry girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, has amassed a New England real estate portfolio worth about $8 million. All within months of the fisherman's daughter, so I guess her dad's a fisherman, meeting the 73-year-old ex-Patriots coach, according to property records. Hudson, 24, bought 3 multifamily homes across the Boston area in December 2023 for about $7.5 million, inking millions of dollars in mortgage agreements within days. Documents reviewed by Realtor.com show. Just 2 months earlier, Hudson dropped $610,000 on a cottage in the scenic Cape Cod town of Harwich, which she listed as her home address on the mortgage documents. The couple reportedly met in February 2021 when she was 20 years old, and their relationship was first publicly revealed in June of 2024, around the time she began showing up to her cheerleading practice in a $75,000 Porsche. Okay. So this chick now has $8 million in real estate, and she's 24 years old, and her dad is a fisherman. That doesn't sound skeptical to you. And I'm really starting to doubt this whole they met on a plane thing. And this is where Belichick's, I don't have to talk about that. No, you kind of do. Because you're bringing her to work. because you're bringing her to the CBS interviews, because she's interrupting in the CBS interviews, because you're putting out statements saying, I've got a professional and personal relationship with her. What do you pay her $9 million to be your PR person? I'll do it for $5. Although I won't do what she'll do as far as PR is concerned. But I mean, what are we talking about here, Bill? And so I'm really starting to doubt this they met on a plane thing, which again, Belichick in his statement, which he issued, Albert Breer said yesterday that he doesn't think Belichick has ever issued a statement about a media interview that he's done ever until yesterday at North Carolina. And I think that's North Carolina going to Bill saying, get on damage control and do it now. And Belichick, because this woman has no business running his personal PR, this woman is, I mean, she's the one probably in charge of it, and it just makes things worse. But again, truth be told, I'm starting to think this is a sugar daddy, sugar baby arrangement. You know, they have websites and apps and stuff like that where a sugar daddy can find a sugar baby. This is what I think this is. And according to TMZ, her last boyfriend was a 64-year-old lawyer. And so my guess is they met on some sugar baby app, forum, website, whatever, that it's somewhere. Maybe it was like some sort of party or something. I don't know. I mean, could you imagine like opening up an app, Tinder, and seeing Bill, 73, swipe left, swipe right, 2 truths and a lie. So whatever it was, they met on shady grounds. I totally believe that they met on shady grounds. I heard a caller call into Boston radio yesterday who said that because what they have is Bill signed her textbook from the conversation they struck up on the plane going to Palm Beach, and that as they were headed to Palm Beach, you know, he signed her textbook and whatever. And the caller said that his wife tutors at the college that Bill's girlfriend goes to or went to, and that was not a textbook that they used in that subject. So I think that whole story is bullcrap. I think they met on some sugar daddy website, and that this is probably what happens most of the time, because isn't there kind of a blurred line in dating between prostitution and not prostitution? And I am not accusing Bill Belichick of soliciting a hooker. I promise you I'm not, but I'm trying to be real here. Like when you go on this sugar daddy website and you meet this sugar baby and she goes on a date with you and you pay for dinner and you take her to France and you buy her a handbag and all of that stuff, like you're not paying for sex verbatim. Like this isn't roll down the window like, yeah, $25. You're not paying for that. But you kind of are, right? You see what I'm saying? And so I think they met on one of these sugar baby websites. Bill, who's lost his sense of identity because he was the genius coach who could do no wrong, who was smarter than everybody else. That was his sense of purpose. And it was gone. Patriots fired him. Brady won in Tampa Bay. Everybody in New England's calling for his head. Nobody in the NFL wants to hire him. So in order to, check that, scratch that insecure itch, Bill goes on some sugar baby website, finds her, and they just start hanging out. Sugar baby, sugar daddy arrangement style. But as is the case with a lot of relationships, where it starts off as, yeah, it's nothing serious. We're just seeing each other, oh yeah, he goes over, she goes over. Eventually you realize, hey, we kind of like each other. Let's make it something. And so I think Bill in 2021 was just, sugar baby, sugar daddy, spending time together, however they want to spend it. What's a portion of Versace bag to Bill? The guy's got $1 gazillion. And then he realized he liked her, which is something that I would say Bill don't do. And now she's got him. Like now she's got him. But this doesn't feel like Love on a Plane to me. This feels like Anna Nicole Smith 2.0. Or maybe we should call her Anna New England Smith. And if you're under the age of 35, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But Anna Nicole Smith is like the most infamous gold digger of this century. And I think that she is Anna Nicole Smith 2.0. But I don't even know, was the guy Anna Nicole Smith? He was just old as hell and rich, right? Like he wasn't Bill Belichick. And I'll say this for Bill. This is incredibly embarrassing. I think it has cost Bill any shot, if he had any, and I'm not sure he did, but I think it has cost Bill any shot he ever would have had to get back in the NFL. I think that is gone. Because I don't think people can take this seriously. But you do you, Bill. You want to date a 24-year-old? Be my guest. I don't care where you met her. I don't care if you met her on a freaking Southwest airline flight and you were in the C boarding group and sat in the middle seat next to her. And because Bill's, got a little extra poundage, that he kind of, sorry about my elbow getting into the side of you. And she's like, oh, no, oh, my God, are you Bill Belichick? I don't care. I don't care if it was that or sugarbabiesforhire.com seeking arrangements. I don't care, Bill. That's your business. But once you start bringing it to work, then it becomes other people's business. And that is the one thing that I tell everybody all the time. Your personal life is your personal life. Once you bring it to work, now it's my business. There was a player on the Predators years ago that partied so much so that people in the organization, and this was back when I used to go out and stay out late, people in the organization would come up to me and be like, yo, is so-and-so partying a bunch? Like it was the worst kept secret. I mean, I'm not even sure it was really a secret. And I was talking to somebody who was friends with this player, and I was like, why does he not focus on playing hockey? And that person said, that's none of your business. And I'm like, actually, it is. My business is to talk about the team. And the better the team does, the better it is for my show. So it actually is my business. When you bring your personal life to work, or when your personal life starts to affect work, it becomes people's business. When you bring her to the CBS interview and she sits there and she starts interjecting and reportedly, according to TMZ, storms out for 30 minutes, now it's people's business. You brought her to CBS. Now it's people's business. And I got to say, like Charles Barkley said, like, hey, man, I don't want to get it in Bill's personal life, but he's worried. And he should be worried. This is embarrassing. And again, I still can't get over this. Where did the $8 million in New England real estate come from? Like, where did that come from? This story is just hitting like crack. 615-737-1025. Somebody on the YouTube chat says, Bill is living rent-free in Jared's head. Who cares? It doesn't affect you or any of us. Dude, I care. I can't stop gossiping about this story. I find it to be incredible. And so there's another thing where, again, I think this is becoming about Bill's professional life that I want to get to, but also you've got to hear what Boston Radio is saying about this, and we will play those cuts for you next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
What are your thoughts at this hour?
I think she is complete trash. I do. I think she's trash. And I think that Bill is now becoming trash. So say what you want about Belichick, and I've never had the highest opinion of him for a lot of things. He is one of the great football coaches in the history of the sport, if not the greatest football coach in the history of the sport. And there's a certain amount of status and reverence that has always come with him entering a room. So it's sometimes justifiable, sometimes not. But you could always respect him as a football coach. I think he's losing that. Right now, I think she's absolutely killing him. And if I were advising him, I would tell him, dump her. Move on. And if he's smart, it won't be long.
He looks like a complete fool. And I am of the belief she is you call her trash. I think she is a dangerous parasite is what she is. I think she has bilked rich men before, and he's just the latest.
He's been this guy the whole time. And some of us have tried to point it out. But no, I'm just trying to be a contrarian a-hole to get calls or whatever. No, or maybe I'm just trying to tell you how it is and you don't want to hear it. He's been a pea hound and a dog and a mess outside of football for pretty much the whole time too. And not that I tried to tell you that, but this ain't new either. It's just you're seeing it.
Again, you're allowed to have sex with women and take care of them. They don't have to come to work with you the next day. You understand? If you're a lawyer and you want to bang a 23-year-old and you pay their rent, they're not allowed to sit next to you and object in court. You understand? If you're a doctor and you want to bang a 21-year-old and you know what, you buy her a nice Versace bag, you know, she doesn't get to sit in brain surgery with you and start poking around. He's a weak man.
There you go. That was Boston Radio. That was 98.5 The Sports Hub. All those different hosts reacting to the Bill Belichick story. It kind of feels like years of pent-up anger of Bill being a total a-hole to everybody is now they're just airing it out. But is anything of what they just said wrong? When they're like, hey, you can go out and date a 23-year-old and buy her bags and pay her rent. And I guess in the case of Bill, buy her a bunch of real estate. $8 million, according to the New York Post. $8 million in real estate, but you can't bring her to work. She can't be offensive coordinator. And see, now this is where Bill's starting to have a problem because this is now becoming a North Carolina football issue. You know, I was listening to Luke DeCock, who was on the Dan Patrick show, and he said that he is the columnist for the Raleigh Observer. He says he hasn't written a story on Belichick yet at North Carolina and Jordan Hudson and all of that because he's been busy with the Carolina Hurricanes playoff run and everything else. But he's like, I guess now I have to. Now this has to be the story of what her involvement is at USC or UNC. And the other thing of this is somebody texted into the text line and said, who will end up better, Urban Meyer with the Jags or Bill at UNC? I know Urban sucked, but just for kicks, I don't know if Bill will make it to the season. Like, I do not know if Bill Belichick, with all this drama, there's no doubt North Carolina regrets this hire, and they should. He's made a total mockery of it. You know, we're going to bring in Bill Belichick, and Bill Belichick's going to run this thing like the 33rd NFL team, and he's going to hire Mike Lombardi, and he's going to hire his 23-year-old girlfriend who's going to run the show. There was a report from The Athletic yesterday that after the Giants looked like morons doing the offseason Hard Knocks last year, nobody in the NFL wanted to do it. So Bill and North Carolina, they were going to do it. They had marketing materials ready. They had press releases ready. And all of this is FOIA requested because North Carolina is a public institution. So the emails from NFL Films and the NFL and UNC and everything, like they were ready to go. They were ready. They had a quote from Belichick. They were ready. Like, it's like, just tell us when to hit send. And then it got canceled at the last moment because of her. And North Carolina was going to make $200,000 plus the exposure they would have had this summer of having, you know, the inside look at Belichick's team. And so again, you can go do whatever you want to do. Like, that's your business, not mine. But once it starts affecting work, it becomes everybody else's. And I don't think that Bill is going to make it at North Carolina. And the texter brought up Urban. I think it's the same thing. Urban had no idea what he was getting himself into. Urban thought he could do it his way, thought he could control it the way he wanted to control it, and all of a sudden found out, no, it's different in the big boy league. Like Bill Belichick going to try to strong-arm CBS with a 24-year-old. This is CBS. This is CBS News. Like, could you imagine Belichick bringing in his girlfriend and saying, hey, Walter Cronkite, you got to talk to her. One texter says, do you think Floyd would try to talk some sense into Belichick, or do you think he would just stay away from the subject? I mean, we played the cut where Charles Barkley was on Dan Patrick, and he said, like, hey, I'm getting concerned. I don't think there's any way that Floyd wouldn't be mortified by what Belichick's doing. Now, I'm sure he's had experiences where people that he's been close with have made themselves look like morons. But this is a little different. Like, Bill was one of his best friends. I don't know how he would handle this. I don't know if he would pick up the phone and say, Bill, what are you doing? I figured that when he tried to make Matt Patricia the offensive coordinator, Floyd would have picked up the phone and said, Bill, what are you doing? But I don't know. It sounds like Bill's gone. Like, gone. And so on this program, I bet you he would have just ignored it. The same way he ignored it when Robert Kraft got arrested for getting a rub down at the massage parlor. But, oof, this story, I could talk about this all day. And I do wonder, like, how long there's a coach on Bill's staff I'm not very fond of. And I was looking at their coaching staff yesterday, and I was like, ha, 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 ha. Good one, buddy. Hope that works out for you, because I think Bill's getting fired. I think Bill is closer to getting fired at North Carolina than, like, we think he is. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if another one or two things come out and Bill's gone. Well, we decided to, mutually part ways. Bill. All right, TD's up next. We'll get TD's thoughts on Belichick. Kidding. Coming up next here on the program, 615-737-1025. The draft is in the rearview mirror. We now know all the players the Titans picked. Let's break them down with TD, and we'll do it next. Stillman & Company, 1025 The Game. very impressive. What do you think of him? Because I know you probably had to go back in the archives to go look at some 23 film to get an idea of him. What do you make of Winston and where he fits in on this defense?
Yeah, so here's the thing with Kevin Winston Jr., and it's funny. I was just talking to Nick Suss in the media room today about this, and I was like, I didn't realize who he was, so I went back and realized that he was number 21. And there were a lot of times, over the last couple of years, watching Penn State tape, and I'm like, yo, this 21 is, man, good Lord. You know what I mean? But never, knew who he was. I say that to say this dude is a player. Now, again, you're drafting on upside. You're drafting, hoping that he could come back from injury and have the same level of explosiveness that he had. But I'm not going to say he's going to, get you a bunch of interceptions or anything like that. But you want a physical player that is going to make receivers pay for catching the football in the middle of the field, that will come up and make plays at the line of scrimmage or near it. He's a guy. I mean, when you talk about downhill, that's how he plays. And I'm just going to be curious just how the coverage part of it's going to work. He's not, someone that you would take and match up against receivers. But I think, as Xavier Woods said in the NFL today, you don't have strong safety and free safety. It's almost the same. They're interchangeable. You got to be able to make plays in center field or just, in the backfield, as well as coming down in the box and helping. And I think he does. If there was one area where I think he's stronger, it's playing in the box, or at least coming down hill and making plays within that box.
TD, are you worried about the adjustment for Oladejo, given the fact that he's not just going to be adjusting to the NFL, but he's going to be adjusting essentially to a new position? Now, you saw him at the Senior Bowl, where apparently he was very impressive as an outside rusher. What do you think of Oladejo, or are you worried a little bit of that transition, given that he hasn't played a lot of it in college?
Well, if I'm the Titans, I send him to work with Brandon Jordan, or he can't work with Chuck Smith, because Chuck Smith's a Ravens employee now. But, you want to find a way for him to develop secondary moves. That's going to be the key thing for him. I know he said, and even in playing, middle backer, he said that he's used to dropping back into coverage and stuff like that. But me personally, if I have a guy like that, with all these traits, I don't want you thinking. I just go get the quarterback. So therefore, I would play him on a lot of third down situations where he could just focus on his pass rush plan and not have to try to read his keys and decide whether or not he has to drop back or not, and those types of things. I want him to just go. And, that's something that I remember talking to Brandon Graham, the great Brandon Graham, one of the best Eagles ever. I remember talking to him, and we were talking about how when he first got to the league, how it was so tough for him because he had to think too much, and there was just so many things that were going. He wasn't able to play fast. But then once they stripped that from him, he started to really elevate into his own performance. And you saw him in 2016, 17, so on and so forth, become the player that he is today. So I say all that to say, to me, it would be the KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, right? And not calling Oladejo stupid is just a saying. But I would keep it very simple for him to allow him to just attack and really find his niche as a pass rusher. That's what this team needs. They don't need another guy to set the edge. They don't need another guy, you could use him in run support. I'm not going to say they don't need it, but I mean, they need someone who's going to get after the passer, period. It's third and long. Oh, shoot. You know what? Number 53, he's coming. That's what they need. By the way, 53 is Oladejo's number.
What did you make of the two receivers? We'll start with the two receivers before we get to the tight end in the fourth round, in Chimere Dike and Elic Iomanor out of Stanford. Both ran good 40 times. Again, who knows how fast that means on the field, but they did both run fast in the testing. What do you make of those two and where you see them sliding in?
Yeah, so Chimere Dike is interesting. I would say this. I wasn't a fan of either of the picks, frankly. DK is a guy, I think he was drafted a little bit higher than I thought he would have went. I do understand the versatility standpoint in that he could give you some of that X, some of that Z. There were times where he ran deep crossing routes from the slot, and a guy that has that 4.37 potential. I didn't really see it as much on the field, but a guy that could run that fast, like you want him running those deep over routes to really attack the secondary. And if he doesn't get the football, he still is opening something up underneath. So I get that. Saw him do that sometimes. From the slot, or like being number 2 in twins at Florida, in combination with Elijah Badger. So you do have that. I just want to see how he develops as a returner, because this is an organization that needs help there. We know that. He did some kick return, or rather punt return, in the last 2 years of his college career, Wisconsin and Florida. But then you also look at the kick return aspect. He's someone that they could put back there. And, that speed is something that you want back there, because, you break that first wall, you have a good shot of being gone. So that's him. Now, Eric Aonquo, rather, he's an intriguing prospect. I think if I had to bank on one of the two becoming a starter, it would be him. I wouldn't be surprised if that starting lineup is, Aonquo at X, Ridley at Z, and Lockett working the slot, and obviously Chig at tight end. So with me, for him, you have to love the way he attacks the football. You saw him come up with a big play against Colorado. That whole game was big. He shows some ability to get after the catch, get yards after the catch. You saw that. But I want to see that dog in him. I want to see that come out. I'm not saying he doesn't have it, but I want to see how that comes out at the NFL level. I want to see, how he runs his routes. I want to see just him be a consistent pass catcher and contributor. And then that's when I'll really make a full judgment on him. But right now, I don't really care for either of the picks.
Yeah, why didn't you like the picks?
I said it. I think DK is a guy that you could have got later. I think you could have got better value there. I don't think either one of them were consistent players. So that's something else. And Aonquo, I just want to see. I want to see that dog come out. I want to see how tough he is as a player. I want him to prove that.
What do you think of the tight end?
Yeah, so Gunnar Helm, fundamentally sound. I actually talked to Jeremy Holt, Athlete Performance. He's right here in Nashville. He trains a lot of these guys. But, Jeremy Holt said, first time he saw him, he felt that guy was a pro. I think when you look, he is your classic, just fundamentally, he's not fast. He's not big. He's not overly strong. He's just a guy that knows how to get open and a technician running the routes, and very reliable as a pass catcher. He's someone that will take the big hit and hold on to the football. So it's going to be cool. I would imagine a lot of 12 personnel sets, with Chig and Gunnar Helm, in there. We'll see what continues with Josh Wiley. We know he's had the injury issues. And don't forget about David Martin Robinson, who is every bit as not every bit, but he's very similar athletic-wise to Chig.
And then what did you think of kind of the picks at the end there between Slater, Harris, and Mullins?
Well, you got to like the versatility of Slater. I like the dog in him. I remember, seeing this dude. He took it personally, right? Like going to the Senior Bowl. He's like, I'm going to show you guys that I can level up. You got to love that. So I definitely like the versatility as well. I mean, is it a pick that's going to change the franchise? Probably not. But, having that guy that could play that guard center for you is important. I think when you look at the cornerback, Hayes, very athletic, he has the ball skills, but I mean, like, this dude was a 4.3 guy at one point. So the feistiness is there. He is built like a true nickel. He's not afraid to mix it up, and get physical against the run, etc. So I think he's a good one of those guys that I feel Brian Callahan was talking about when he said they need young DBs to step up, especially at nickel. So you have that. Caleb Mullins, I think, he's big. You got a 220, 228 or so, 6'1". I think he's a guy that's not going to, give you a whole lot when it comes to, home runs or anything like that. But short yardage, he definitely gives you a big body there to run on those 3rd and shorts, those 4th and inches, etc. And the thing is, and this is yet another traits guy, as Marcus Hayes was too, another traits guy, and that, a development guy, because he just shifted to running back from linebacker, right? And
he's someone that there's still a lot to pull out of him. We'll see if they're able to do it.
Okay, TD with us. We'll hit your phones at the end of the hour, as we always do. The trade the Titans didn't make. Now that we know some more details, what do we think of the decision to go with Cam Ward over the trade? We'll get into that with TD next. Stillman and Company on the TD Power Hour, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
I believe that deal began with swap of firsts, next year's first, this year's second, next year's second. I mean, is that a windfall? I don't know.
It's pretty good. Say it again.
Swap a first, so they would have gone from first to third.
Yep.
Next year's first, this year's second, next year's second.
Yeah, I'll take that. I mean, I'm taking that.
There you go. That was PK yesterday morning on with Robbie and Joe. TD, that's a lot to turn down for Cam Ward. And the Titans still did it. And so I ask you this question, which is, do we think that the Titans have a plan in place to be able to turn Cam Ward, because the roster's in bad shape, to turn Cam Ward into a force multiplying quarterback with what they have on this team? And was it the right decision to turn down all those picks that apparently the Giants were willing to offer?
Yeah, well, the force multiplying aspect is actually, that's precisely why, in addition to a lot of other things, why they like Cam Ward, because of his ability to help elevate the game of others. So you do have that. I think when you look at this trade, and well, let's go back to the plan part of it, because this is something that I've heard you say often. I could tell you from talking to Mike Bergonzi a week after he got the job that he's had a plan for quite some time. And his plan has, well, first, what his plan was to look and work through the quarterback class and say, hey, are these guys where I need to bring in that bridge, a la Alex Smith? And then he was like, okay, if I do have to bring that bridge, who are guys that are good positioned to be able to do the type of job that Alex Smith did, to where they could help me win now, but also have the understanding that I'm training the guy that's going to move me up out of here. And I think that's something that's a unique situation. So he did have that plan. Now, at the same time, he also said, okay, we also want to see if this guy that we pick at number one, if we stick there and pick a number one. And again, I'm saying we and I, from Mike Bergonzi's standpoint, so don't, hit me with the, he's saying we stuff. Obviously, if I'm talking for myself, I'm not going to say we. So let's be clear about that. So what he's saying is that if we have the number one pick and we stay there and we pick this guy and he's able to play right away, like we feel that he's someone that we could put out there right away and build around, that's what we'll do. This plan has been in place for the long term. He's executed his plan, because he told me the first thing I want to do is we're going to build from the trenches and push our way out. Well, you saw the big moves that they did. Most of free agency has been to build the trenches. There's 3 new starters, right? Because J.C. Latham is a new starter at right tackle. Dan Moore Jr. is at left tackle. And you got Kevin Zeitler at right guard. So they did what they needed to do as far as fortifying up front. I will say the plan has not been as fruitful as I thought it could have been at the receiver position. But they bring in Tyler Lockett. He still has some left in the tank. He's a guy that's a veteran presence. He was a safety net for Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, right? And you go back and you look at the early days of Russell Wilson, right? And I'm not comparing Cam Ward to Russell Wilson. So let's be clear. Let's understand what I'm saying. Both of these guys have the ability to extend the plays. There were so many plays where Wilson kind of ran around and was able to buy more time, and Tyler Lockett was on the same page with him. He turned the route upfield, and it was a big play. Mm-hmm. This is something, a comfort level that he's going to bring to Cam Ward. So I would absolutely say there's a plan in place. Absolutely.
So what am I, you brought up Russell, and, of course, Mahomes is kind of the obvious because they're both 6'2". They're both, I think, like 220, 217, somewhere around there. And they have that baseball player fluid, off balance, like third baseman coming in for a charge, puts the ball right in the mitt. So I asked this, which is, when Mahomes took over in Kansas City, like, that was a squad with Kelsey and Eric Fisher and Schwartz and Tyreek and Kareem Hunt. And now Kareem Hunt ended up getting cut because he, got kicked off the team. But that was a squad they had there. I mean, even on defense, they still had guys like Marcus Peters on the team. And This team is not that.
Right.
And I wonder, could Mahomes have become Mahomes on this team with this around him right now? And that's what I worry about with Cam.
You know, here's the thing. I don't deal too much in ifs. I know what Patrick Mahomes is. I see what happened. And I've cautioned you about this before. Like, no two situations are the same. So that's why even try to discuss. We know that this situation here in Nashville is not the same as Kansas City. But the fact of the matter is he is here now. And what they have to do is further execute this plan that they've already thought about and considered. I mean, it's not like they just, randomly a game of kickball said, hey, you're the first pick. Like, this is a guy that it's been vetted. They believe in him. You heard some of the guys talk about Cam Ward today. I obviously, there is no Tyreek Hill, no Travis Kelce here, but they need to bring more options in for him to benefit from. But in the meantime, and that's why the word patience, comes into play so much. And if you remember the story I wrote the week of the draft about, what has gone wrong in past top 10 quarterbacks, the situation wasn't right. Continuity is another one. And I mean, there has been some issues where you got to put it on the player himself also. But, the one thing I remember talking to Blake Bedingfield about this, and he said, if they draft Cam Ward, like, they got to marry Brian Callahan to him for at least the next 2 years, because there has to be some continuity. To me, recycling and getting him and Cam in a whole new program, a new offense, that would be more detrimental to this whole thing about, hey, don't put him out there. You got to incubate him. The best way to learn football is by playing it. You know what I mean? Not every situation is the Aaron Rodgers having Brett Favre out there while he learned, and then Jordan Love having Aaron Rodgers out there. Not everybody is Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes. Not everybody is in that situation. Most of the time, if you have a number one pick and you take a quarterback, that guy has to play right away. And it's just you figure it out as you go along. But see, the problem, there's so much microwave mentality, mindset, is that we don't allow things to sit there and further develop and really come into what they're capable of, because it's always instant gratification that's wanted. Sometimes these things take time.
I don't disagree, but I think right now the state of the team, I think it's a bad team outside of Cam. I think it is a bad team.
It is a bad team. There's no dispute. They had the first pick in the draft. I would think, saying they're a bad team is a relatively accurate statement, man.
And then, again, just the way you brought up the microwave kind of society we live in, 4 quarterbacks have been taken number 1 overall and have made it to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in this era, and that's Manning, Elway, Aikman, and Bradshaw. And in the case of Elway, he didn't actually go to the team that had the number 1 pick because he got traded to Denver. Aikman and Bradshaw actually got benched. Like, people forget about that, but they got benched for Steve Berline and for Jefferson Street Joe.
Who it's actually was a
Joe Gillum.
He was better quarterback, but that's beside the point.
Joe Gillum was a bad boy.
Yeah.
But what I guess I'm saying is, I think that a lot of times in these number 1 pick scenarios, it's the team being bad and it's stunting the growth of the quarterback just as much as it is maybe they picked the wrong guy. Like, yes, Jamarcus Russell was the wrong guy, but I also think a lot of it is these guys go to bad teams. They do poorly. They get gun shy. They get kicked in the teeth.
The wrong guys.
They never get the confidence.
You pick the wrong guy if adversity makes him a worse player. You pick the wrong guy. Jimmy Johnson, a saying, I love it. I love it dearly. Adversity makes the strong stronger and the weak weaker. To me, and looking at this, I think whatever adversity and tough times Cam Ward goes through this year, I think it's only going to make him better. And I think we get so lost in the idea of lessons out of losing. And I'm not saying, hey, it's good to lose. It's not. But when you do lose, you got to use it as a lesson and learn from it. And there are different things that Cam Ward could learn from things not going right this year that will benefit him in the future.
Yes, but I just think back to like previous quarterbacks over the years, and I wonder, like, Was it the fact that this guy stunk, or was it the fact that his team was bad and then they fired the coach? And, like Caleb, for instance. I mean, Caleb was viewed as a generational talent, and they've already changed a coach on him because they weren't happy about last year. And it's like, was Justin Fields bad, or did Chicago screw him up? And that's what I worry about when it comes to Cam.
Well, and this is something else. It's not all, there isn't always just one singular reason. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into a guy failing. A lot of things that go into it. But I understand the fear of a guy playing right away. But what's more important than him playing right away is having the right situation in place, having stability, having him not have to constantly learn new schemes, having him be able to get comfortable within the offense that he's asked to run. And you're better that way. It's no different than, you when you first got in the booth, like you probably weren't as comfortable in the booth because you didn't know it, but now you get in there and you could close your eyes and move around the booth. So guess what? You're not worried about different things that you might have to be concerned about when you first got in the booth. So take that and multiply it times 1 billion, and that's the situation that a quarterback is in. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why you have to give him the opportunity, whoever it may be, to be. You got to have stability at offense. You have to at the scheme, because if you don't, then you're inviting him to fail.
You think Amy's going to do that?
We shall see. We shall see.
TD is with us. We'll hit your phones at the end of the hour. We got to talk about the story of the draft. Shador Sanders falls to the 5th round. TD's reaction. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
I'll be frank and I'll be honest. You cannot convince me that Shador is the 6th best quarterback in this class.
And I'm not arguing with you.
And no one can convince me of that. I think there's a bigger conversation that needs to be had as to the why. Is it being held? We heard our own Jonathan Jones talk about the NIL era and who his father is. And I don't understand why we're holding that. If that's what's being held against him, why we're holding that against this kid. All right, let's just say he has a maturity issue. Let's just say he does. He has not done anything criminal and done anything that would put an organization in a bad light. And there are quarterbacks that have gone in the 1st, in the 2nd, in the 3rd that I do not think are better quarterbacks than Shador.
Yeah.
And there have also been players taken that have had criminal past and background issues, and yet they still come off the board and given a chance. I don't understand why this young man has to suffer because of what people perceive him to be.
That was Rand Carthon on CBS Sports HQ. Not bad. Rand was pretty good this weekend breaking down the draft. TD, your reaction, your guy, Shador Sanders, who you had ranked as the #1 QB in the class, falls to the 5th round. I have not heard your reaction on this yet. I cannot wait. TD, floor's yours.
Well, I mean, that must have been a godly performance by Rand for you to call it good. So we'll start there. But when you look at Shador Sanders, as he said, Cam Ward's a better quarterback. He just, for me, he was my favorite quarterback in this draft. I like a guy who throws a ball that's catchable like that. I like a guy who's consistently on time. He's accurate, etc. But as Rand said, you can't look at Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, Dylan Gabriel, and the 3 other quarterbacks that were drafted before him, Jalen Milroe. You can't look at all these guys and tell me that Shador Sanders is 4 rounds worse than Jackson Dart, or that Shador Sanders is a 5th round pick. You can't do that conceivably. So for me, my input on this is what really went on in these meetings. What really went on? But I think this is a case of the league flexing its power, right? Because these guys, Deion Sanders and Shador Sanders, they wanted to do things their way. They said, hey, Deion said that he's going to dictate where his son goes, or he has to approve of where his son goes. The league said, nah, it doesn't work like that. And I think this was one of those things where it was a lesson. And so, look, like Shador isn't generational or anything like that, but he's a guy that's a good quarterback, that's talented. You can't tell me 5th round is where he would go. You just can't tell. Like, that's okay. We can have a discussion about the 2nd round. 3rd round, heck no. I just think it's a case where there was a lesson that they wanted to have taught.
My gut tells me that Shador Sanders, in this process, that teams with a young quarterback, once he fell out of the 1st round, teams with a young quarterback could not take Shador because there's not enough reps to go around. Like, there's not enough practice reps for Cam Ward to get his reps, and for Shador to get his reps, they need a veteran there. I don't think a team with a mid-level starter could have taken Shador. Like, let's use Derek Carr or Kyler Murray as an example, because if they start off 1-3, which Derek Carr or Kyler Murray's team very easily could do, then we could see, Stephen A. and everybody else can be yelling for them to put Shador in there. And so it really had to be a team that had like a Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes or something like that, an entrenched starter. And I think those teams needed players on their team because they're paying their quarterbacks $50 million.
Right. Well,
that's my theory as to why he didn't go in the first 2 rounds. And then after that, like, there were times like the Eagles in the 4th round. I'm like, you could draft Shador and develop him and then flip him and turn him into a 2nd or 1st round pick or something, right?
Yeah, look, I honestly thought the Eagles, I said, watch Howie Roseman go ahead and do something with this. And some dude on here named Shell Hunter keeps mentioning the interviews. Yes, I said the interviews. You have to listen. Listen, I said I don't know what went on with the interviews, but it seemed like it wasn't good. So, like, miss me with all these extra words you're typing in here. I don't know what happened in the interviews, but I do know from talking to the Titans, they're interviews with him went well. So I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is optically, this situation doesn't look good. I don't know why he dropped to the 5th round, but you're not going to tell me, like, he's not the first person to have a bad interview. You know, there was, I can't remember his name, quarterback out of Michigan State, like 12 years ago. He came out and they interviewed him, and he threw the offensive coordinator and his teammates under the bus. He still ended up going top. He went to 3rd round, and he wasn't anywhere near the prospect that Shador is. So, look, I understand the interviews, they do have some impact, but 5th round, come on.
We'll get to your phones for TD next. 615-737-1025. It's the TD Power Hour. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Those are my guys, and they take great care of my home. They can do the same for you. Nobody wants to deal with a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical emergency. Nobody. Because most of the time, you do not know what it will cost, if it will get fixed correctly, or if someone is just trying to sell you something that you do not need. When you call my guys at Hiller, their experts are going to solve your problems, and they're going to solve them quickly. That's right. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. The price you're told is the price you'll actually pay, with no hidden fees, no surprises on your bill. So do like I do and just go right on your phone, book online, happyhiller.com. You don't even have to talk to anybody. You just book it right there on your phone in 2 minutes. It's so easy. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, proud supporters of the Preds of Vols and Vandy. Hiller, call the Hat Face Truck today. This week's Nashville's best deal is Prince's Hot Chicken, the original and iconic hot chicken joint. For a limited time, grab half off a $25 gift card right now to Prince's Hot Chicken at thegamenashville.com/deals. TD Power Hour, it is question time. TD, do you have a thought or do you want to go right to the people?
No, to the people, man.
Phone line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Let's start off with James, who's going to kick us off here on the TD Power Hour. James, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Hey, Jared, thank you for the opportunity. Teron, I've said this to you many times. This is one of my favorite parts of Jared's show. I just hope you keep doing it as the years progress.
Thank you.
I just want to say that, yeah, man, I just want to say before the draft, man, I was not a Shador fan. But to see this guy drop to the 5th round, and I'll just go ahead and say it, I don't think he's better than any of the 6 quarterbacks except maybe Mays over in New England. He's no Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels has a chance to be a generational quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But to watch this kid get disrespected the way he did, to drop all the way to the 5th round, my personality, I'm a type in my entire life, I've always rooted for the underdog. That's in whether it's life, whether it's people's personal struggles, or whether it's athletics. And because of what happened to Shador, I am a big Shador fan today, and I'll be rooting for this kid's success. And I just think it's a disgrace if you're going to sit there as a GM or owner and say, well, this kid's too cocky, blah, blah, blah. That's just a bunch of horse crap. I'm going to hang up and just hear what you got to say about it, guys. And I love the show, man. Keep the good work up.
Yeah, much respect, James. I feel exactly what you're saying. I do think it's kind of because I think someone said that he was in the room with them and it made them feel small. Hey, come on, stop.
Todd McShay said that after the combine.
Come on.
That 2 teams in the top 10 felt like he didn't care what they thought of him and that he made them feel small.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Carl Thomas made a song long ago called "So Emotional." Leave the emotions out. It made you feel small. Come on, man. Stop that.
Here's what I would say, though. Like that one anonymous assistant coach told Tom Pelissero that the interview that Shador had with his team was the worst he's ever been in.
Mm-hmm.
And that Shador
he was real thirsty to get that out there, wasn't he? I wonder if what his relationship with Deion Sanders is. Not saying that it has to be a good one, but I wonder how bad it is, because that I've seen personally a lot of people, media types, I've seen people, personnel type, they held a grudge against Shador because of something with Deion, and I think that's just ridiculous. Next question, man.
But let's just say that assistant coach was telling the truth, like that he sat in that interview and he was like, my goodness, this is the worst interview I've sat through. Mm-hmm. This kid is obnoxious. This kid doesn't care about what we're talking about. This kid doesn't. I mean, I feel like a lot of people just got mad because it was an anonymous dig of the week before the draft. And it kind of feels like that ended up being the truth, right?
Is it? Have you ever interacted with Shador Sanders?
No, but he didn't fall for no reason.
So don't tell me it's the truth that all of this. Come on, man. We got other stuff.
Agree.
Hey, listen,
but we can agree he's not a 5th round pick, right?
Right.
Okay, so if that's the case, then there has to be like another reason. Like Mike Green is not did he go in the 3rd round or the 2nd round?
2nd round.
Late 2nd. Mike Green's a 1st round.
I'm sure there are other people with other questions. Like let's respect other people's
questions.
But
I'm just saying
you could talk about that. You got an hour after I'm going to talk about that. I said what I said about it. We got other people. There's another caller on the board, right?
Let's go to Austin, who's up next here. Austin, go ahead.
Hey guys, huge fan of y'all. Listen to y'all every Thursday.
Appreciate
the best part. And Jared, always a big fan of yours.
Thank you.
So yeah, my question is, I guess I haven't really heard much about it, but I'm a huge fan of Xavier Restrepo. I wanted to get your thoughts on him. I know Jared hates the 40 time of his. I know he's a big fan of the 40 time. If you ain't got the fastest 40 time, you're not a good receiver. You're not fast enough. So, but I wanted to get your thoughts on Xavier Restrepo, and I feel like he could carve out a pretty good opportunity for the Titans, and being Cam Ward's favorite receiver.
Yeah. Well, look, he's not going to get much time to be on the field the same time as Cam Ward, but I think as far as like in the play, but I think you also have when he comes off the field, he and Ward can communicate. But this whole thing about Cam Ward getting too much power or whatever because the Titans signed Xavier Restrepo. Like it's not like he said, "Hey, go sign, this receiver named Teron Davenport out of Cheney University." This guy's the all-time leading receiver in the history of the University of Miami. Like it's not like this is some charity course. The kid is capable of playing. He just, he ran a bad 40. But I think when you look at what you ask him to do, you're not asking him to run vertical routes. You're not asking him to do that. You're asking him to work the middle of the field. His skill set is suitable for what you ask him to do. So this move of signing him as an undrafted free agent, I don't think it's a bad move. In fact, I think it's a very good move because additionally, this is a new environment that Cam Ward is going to be in. What better way to make him comfortable in a new environment than to give him a familiar face and one that he has a very close relationship. There's nothing wrong with this pickup. What
you think he's going to make the team?
I think it's possible. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the team. He has a really good shot of making the team, and you also got to remember there's going to be an extra receiver spot up there because Treylon Burks is probably going to start on the PUP list or on IR or something. He's not going to be available. Now, that's not to say that he and Treylon Burks are competing against each other, but that will allow them, if they want to keep 3 nickel or slot guys, and they could keep, those extra slot guys. You have nothing to lose in this.
Who do you think's better, him or Bryce Oliver?
They're different players. Bryce Oliver is your guy. Like he has a different role on the team. A different role. Bryce Oliver is your guy that you put at, well, he plays Z too, but he, you have him at X and Z, and he's your special teams guy. Like he has a different role. You can't.
But how many receivers are you going to keep?
I think they keep 5 to 6 receivers.
So if they keep 5,
Jared, you're asking me for the 5, but we haven't even seen these guys on the field yet. Let's not do this.
I know, but I don't even think it's close. I think Bryce Oliver's a much better player than Restrepo. I mean, Bryce Oliver runs a 4.55 and has run it in the NFL and has played well in the preseason. And again, you can only carry so many receivers, and they're not going to cut the guys they drafted.
Them and see this is where our understanding of this thing is different. You're just saying, hey, receivers. I look at it differently. They keep receivers, but there's different roles. There's different guys competing. Bryce Oliver and Xavier Restrepo are not competing against each other for a roster spot, directly against each other. They're competing within different roles on the team.
But again, the 2 guys that they drafted are going to make the team. And DK is a slot, right?
DK he plays everything.
And so does Lockett.
We already went over this.
Lockett's probably going to play the slot, and he's going to make the team.
We've already gone over this.
Right. So if Lockett makes the team, Ridley makes the team, the 2 receivers make the team, Van Jefferson makes the team, that's 5. So it really is between Bryce Oliver and Xavier Restrepo for the 6th spot.
Again,
right?
It's not directly. It's Oliver is more competing with DK and Io Manor for a spot. Then he's
not
competing directly with. Well, I mean, look, it is what it is. I don't know. I'm not going to say that. But the point is, you just group them all together. It's not grouped together. Like they look at them differently. Whereas, and it's just like the draft, how you have a board, but you look at it horizontally. Whereas, like, okay, well, you know what? Right now, Restrepo is our 2nd best X, but Oliver is our 3rd or 2nd best slot, but Oliver's our 3rd best X. But you know what? Oliver, we take him and he plays special team and this, that. Oh, wait, we might be able to pass him through. There's different things that you go through when you're evaluating and building your 53 man. It's not just, okay, 6 receivers, they're no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, if Bryce Oliver's competing with the 2 4th rounders, he's not going to make the team. And then that would give Restrepo a shot. I just don't see a lot of special teams value in someone who runs a 4.85, which Trevor said the other day he ran faster than when he ran in 1985. One texter says, TD, can you tell me what was wrong with Jalen Royals that would lead the Titans to passing over him for DK? Dane Brugler had him today at 6, and Steve Smith Sr. had him as a top 8 receiver. DK way down the list. Why did the Titans not draft?
Yeah, I can't tell you that one. He's another, like, that's another one. So like you take him in that 103 spot, I think that's a better option. Let me just make sure he didn't get drafted before that. I believe he was available, but I think that's something that definitely would have worked for them better. You know what I mean? As my alarm goes off. I couldn't tell you, but I will say this because someone asked a really good question in the chat. Absolutely, Dion is partly at fault for what happened with Shador. Absolutely.
TD, great stuff as always, and I'm sure we got a draft recap on Talking with TD.
Yeah, we got a draft recap with Chris Sanders. We also got Jeremy Hall on there too.
All right. Stillman and Company, 615-737-1025. And coming up next, there's a one thing where I think I see what they're doing, but I just am not sure. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 1025. 106 for the game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. So I thought that TD had a bunch of great information in the last hour, the TD Power Hour, and there's something that I am still struggling to wrap my head around, that I just don't understand. This time last year, if you'll remember, I was banging on the Titans, and this was the offseason of toxic positivity. So Brian Callahan was out doing podcasts about how Will Levis was going to be this franchise quarterback and how Will Levis had everything you want in a franchise quarterback and blah, blah, blah. And you people just ate it up. But I kind of knew they didn't have a right tackle. I knew L'Jarius Sneed had a bad knee. I knew that this was going to be a disaster. I think they were going to be picking first. No, but I knew it was going to be bad. And so as it came to fruition, I wasn't surprised. And when the Titans did something stupid last year, like draft a right tackle with the 7th overall pick and then tell everybody he could play left tackle, I knew, like, yeah, they're just wrong. They just don't know. Or Mike Borgonzi. I have respect for Mike Borgonzi. So far, he's been on the job for 4 months, and I haven't seen one massive slip up where I'm like, what was this guy thinking? What was this guy doing? I can't believe it. He didn't have an amateur hour moment like the Jags general manager did when he introduced Travis Hunter. He didn't have one of those like Rand Carthon when he tried to get at the media for their questions about Levis and Spears on the second night of the draft. He hasn't had any of those, at least from my vantage point, up into this point. Doesn't seem to be a very leaky organization. Doesn't seem to be an organization where, you know, the owner's really pulling the strings. Again, I mean, I think Borgonzi has real power. And when they went into free agency and they signed Dan Moore to a $50 million contract, even though he is at best an average starting left tackle, at least I said to myself, I get it. I understand that. They're going to move Latham to the right side, give him the best 5. That's not, to me, that didn't take a whole lot of thinking. I got it. He was probably the best left tackle on the market. The Titans certainly did not want to pay the draft capital for Laramie Tunsil. And with the Houston, you definitely don't want to pay the draft capital, with a team like that. So fine. That makes sense. When they went out and signed Van Jefferson, got it, makes sense. They're not spending a lot of money. Well, they're not going to get a lot in return. And then there's the Cam Ward pick. And there's the offer that we know was on the table from the Giants. And PK said it yesterday on Robbie and Rex Road, 2 1s and 2 2s. Their first this year, 3-34, and their first and second next year, which could be number 1. It could be number 2. Yet ESPN has their way too early mock draft that's out. And it's Jordan Reed, and they're doing the inverse of where these teams finished last year. Or excuse me, the inverse of what ESPN Bet Sportsbook has for their Super Bowl odds. Excuse me, I totally screwed that one up. They have the Titans picking first and the Giants picking second. That doesn't mean that the Giants are for sure going to be awful, but doesn't it feel pretty likely like the Giants are going to be awful? So that would have been a high first-round pick next year, maybe number 1. That would have been a high second-round pick next year. It's a lot more likely, given what I think of the Giants, that it would have been like Chicago and Carolina's trade, which landed the Bears' Caleb Williams, than, say, the Houston trade that was made in the same draft that gave Arizona's Houston's future 1, which ended up becoming a pick in the 20s because Houston made the division round of the playoffs. So go back to Borgonzi. At this point, through the moves that have been made, I don't think Mike Borgonzi's stupid. I think he's a football guy. I don't care what Callahan says about him. I don't care what Brinker says about him. I just care watching his actions and everything else. And yet, I just don't understand how he could look at this team right now and look at a quarterback prospect who, again, according to The sources that Mike Sando has talked to in The Athletic would be no better than the fourth quarterback taken in last year's draft. And he would look at this team, which is a bad team. I mean, it's a bad team. Like, the offensive line, will see. It's going to take some time for them to gel together, especially considering that their starting center may not be ready for training camp. It's bad at receiver. It's awful at tight end. Awful. Unless Gunnar Helm's the real deal, and I'm not banking on a fourth-round pick. And they weren't very good on defense. I had a college coach who's been studying schemes that come from that kind of Ravens tree. Tell me, he's like, yeah, I did a bunch of analysis on the Titans. They're not special at all. He was like, the only guy on defense I like is Hooker, and I only kind of like him. So what did Mike Borgonzi, who, again, I don't think is stupid. I don't think he's underqualified. Like how I think Chad Brinker is underqualified. I don't think he's so optimistic that sometimes he can't see the forest from the trees like Brian Callahan. Why does he think he can just put Cam Ward on this team? Does not need the extra draft capital. Does not need a couple of years of drafting high and building a foundation. Because in Kansas City, when he was there, they had, when Mahomes stepped in, an all-pro right tackle, an all-pro tight end, Tyreek Hill at receiver, Kareem Hunt at running back, a former number one draft choice at left tackle, and they still took a year to develop Mahomes. What is it that Mike Borgonzi sees in Cam Ward that he thinks, I can put him out here with an offensive line that I am hoping and praying is going to be good this year, with a bad receiving core, with a bad defense, with a coaching staff on the hot seat, and even if he does get kicked in the teeth 15 times in a row, he's still going to be okay. That is the one thing. Like if we had Borgonzi on the show, or that I would say, okay, so what is it you're seeing? Because I am genuinely curious. What is it that you're seeing that I don't see? Because when I look at this team, I see a team that is setting a young quarterback up to fail. And when I see all the picks the Giants were willing to give you, I see a desperate team that with a general manager and a coach that know they're on the hot seat, that make the pick because they're trying to sell their owner and the entire city of New York on a vision forward. You don't have to do that. What am I not seeing? Surely there's an answer if we don't take them. So we better take them. But again, I don't care what Brinker says. You know, it's all gobbledygook, I think, from him. You know, last year Brinker was telling us about how great Rand was, and then they fired Rand. I don't care what Callahan says. Callahan's just trying to go along to get along right now. He's just trying to not piss anybody off so he can get to the season and try to win some games. What did Borgonzi see? What did he see that I'm missing? 615-737-1025. Because there's got to be something. It can't just be that they're doing what the dumb teams do, which is just take a young quarterback, stick him in a bad situation, say, all right, Johnny, here you go. That's what you did to Mariota. And that's when you had to completely rebuild your organization. That's what you did to Levis last year. What do they see that I don't see? We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
these organizations are ultimately, when you want to go, God, Ryan Leaf was a bust. And I'm like, well, it sure seems like the San Diego Chargers were. They're the ones that drafted me second overall. What the hell were they thinking? I didn't draft myself. If I could have had to say where I went, I would have went to Pittsburgh. That's an organization where you go to, you're going to have success because they have consistency. They're built to win. They've done it for decades. So, I do put a lot of onus. I think there's probably 8 to 10 programs in the entire NFL that from top to bottom are set to be successful in this league. And that's a hard thing to do with how they've tried to make and legitimize every team in the league. But I really do. I think there's 8 to 10 teams that have longevity for being great programs in this league.
There you go. That was Ryan Leaf on our show at the Super Bowl. And Ryan Leaf's like, yeah, look, you could just sit there and say Ryan Leaf's a bust. But, I didn't draft myself to San Diego. San Diego sucked. And if you remember San Diego, they had the number 1 pick. They were going to use it on Michael Vick. Michael Vick said, I'm not signing there. So they got a low ball deal from Atlanta, who ended up drafting Vick. Now, they ended up getting LaDainian Tomlinson and Drew Brees in that draft, so it ended up working out for them. But then Drew Brees, it ended up not working out before they ended up with Rivers, and Eli said he wouldn't go there. So you see where, hey, Ryan Leaf's like, I wasn't touching that. And I'm not saying the Titans are the San Diego Chargers with Ryan Leaf, but I'm also trying to figure out what is it about the Titans that is going to keep Cam Ward from failing. Because one place where I disagree with TD on the program was, this team's bad. We both agree on that. But TD's like, hey, the adversity will only make Cam Ward stronger. Maybe. But it's hard to get kicked in the teeth constantly and to be able to keep getting back up. It's one of those things that sounds good, but it's kind of hard to actually envision it happening. Corey Curtis covered the Houston Texans when they were an expansion team, and they drafted David Carr with the first overall pick in the 2002 draft. And I think it's fascinating because, again, Corey was there. And Corey says, look, that kid, he had talent. You could watch David Carr, and you knew he had talent, but he got sacked so many times, and it was such a train wreck that he just became a shell of himself. And how many stories when it comes to quarterbacks in the NFL are there where it's like, yeah, that guy was kind of set up to fail? I look at Steve Young. Steve Young in Tampa Bay was the bust of all busts. Steve Young goes to Bill Walsh. He sits on the bench. He takes over for Montana. They have a good team with Jerry Rice. And now he's a Hall of Famer. I keep wondering, okay, so we know that organizations screw up these young quarterbacks. That's why, again, 4 guys have made the Hall of Fame at quarterback being drafted number 1. Elway, who got traded to a team that didn't have the number 1 pick. Elway, because he wouldn't play for a bad organization in the Baltimore Colts. Bradshaw, Aikman, and Peyton Manning. Stafford might join that group, but Stafford didn't get himself into the Hall of Fame. If he ends up in the Hall of Fame, he didn't get himself into the Hall of Fame until he went to the Rams. So Peyton is really the only guy who didn't sit the bench, didn't have some sort of massive change. Aikman goes to the Cowboys. Jerry Jones buys the team. Jimmy Johnson takes over. They trade Herschel Walker. They draft Emmitt Smith. They draft Russell Maryland. So what is it about the Titans that is going to keep this perpetually bad organization that fires general managers when they're in first place, fires coach of the year, and promotes the guy who was the lieutenant to the general manager that won 9 games over 2 years? What is it about the Titans that's going to keep Cam Ward from failing? Or what is it about Cam Ward that's going to keep Cam Ward from failing? Because I will say this, when it comes to the 2 quarterbacks in my lifetime of watching football that have gone to a bad organization and have just overcome it. Manning, Burrow. That's it. that have just been picked number one, that the only reason their teams were good was because of them. Manning, Burrow. So I'm trying to figure out what is it about the Titans that is so special. 615-737-1025 here on the program. 615-737-1025. One texter says, Jared, they don't have to have a plan. This is just what they do. This is what bothers me about the Titans, is that I keep hearing they have a plan. Oh, no, Mike Borgonzi, this plan that they've hatched for Cam Ward, this has been years in the making. Can you tell me what the plan is? You've already drafted him. I understood he was asked about what his needs were in the pre-draft press conference, and Borgonzi said, because of strategy, I don't want to give that away. I don't want people to, try to think, I said we need a tight end, so now I've got to get ahead of the Titans to go take a tight end. And I understood that. But once the draft's over, you've picked Cam Ward. So now that the draft's over, can you tell me the plan? That Cam Ward is going to make it? Because your odds of getting a quarterback who make it, especially when you're a crap team, and you are a crap team, is not very high. David says the only reason I can think of for the Titans not taking that windfall trade is that the Titans were too afraid of missing out on the next Jaden Daniels. It's very frustrating as a Titan fan. So I actually don't think that's the thing. And I'm not saying this is it, but again, I keep trying to figure out, okay, what am I missing here? Like, what is it about Ward that I'm missing? What is it about this team that I'm missing? Because everybody says, yeah, he's the best quarterback in this class, but he's not an elite quarterback prospect. So this would say that this mess of a franchise would not be the right spot for him. And you did get that big offer from the Giants. So what am I missing? Why didn't you take it? I don't think it's the fear. If you evaluate him and you're like, oh yeah, he's definitely not Jaden Daniels, I don't think it's the fear that he's Jaden Daniels. I think the bigger thing here, and I'm just spitballing. I'm just throwing this out there. I don't have any facts to back this up. Let's say they sign Sam Darnold, because that's what I wanted them to do. That would have cost $80 million. That would have cost $50 million in cash this year. Then you trade back with the Giants for 3. 2 first-round picks this year, 2 first-round picks next year, or excuse me, 1 first-round pick this year, 2 first-round picks next year, 2 second-round picks. Well, like Cam Ward's getting $30-something million in cash this year. And I don't know what Abdul Carter's getting, but I'm sure it's in the same ballpark. So by signing a quarterback and then trading the pick back and still taking somebody, you're having to pay that salary twice. And then next year, you have to pay 2 first-round pick salaries. And they're building a new stadium, and they say the sale of PSLs are going great. I don't know if they are, they aren't. I'm not here to tell you they are, they aren't, because I don't have any idea. I certainly don't trust them when they say, oh, our sales are beyond belief. You have no idea. Everybody makes up crap like that. If I went to Johnson Automotive and I said, how are your car sales going? And it was the broadcast, they said, oh, this is the best car sales ever. So I don't necessarily buy all of that. But maybe Amy didn't want to spend the money. That's all I can come up with, because I'm trying to figure out, what am I missing here? Somebody tell me what I'm missing. One texter says, unless Cam is lining it up, start Levis, let him sit and learn so he's not ruined instantly. If I was doing the sitting and learning, or if I had to tell you who's more likely to start, I think it's more likely that Brandon Allen starts than it is Levis starts. Because Brandon Allen's not going to turn the football over. He's going to do what the coach says. And that would give you a better chance to win. But I do agree. If it were up to me, I would just tell you straight up, hey, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Just, I'm going to play Brandon Allen and if you want to be the one that gets mad at me for playing Brandon Allen, get mad. But I am a little worried about it. John from Nashville says, what would have allowed the Titans to make the trade with the Giants would have been signing a competent quarterback in free agency. You sign a decent quarterback, and then you have all those draft picks, and by the time 2026 arrives, the Titans would probably have been looking very good. That's what I kept thinking. Like, even if you don't want Darnold, go sign Daniel Jones. Even if you don't want Daniel Jones, go sign Jameis Winston. Even if you don't want Jameis Winston, go sign Russell Wilson. Go sign one of those guys, and because now everyone's like, well, you had to take Cam. You didn't have a quarterback. Go sign Daniel Jones. Problem solved. And I don't even like Daniel Jones, but problem solved. One texter says, you aren't missing anything. The Titan way is to talk yourself into thinking he's the guy because you want him to be. Everybody wants to be a good team until you have to make good team decisions. One texter says, Cam is the kind of player you can build around with an improving O-line and receiver depth the Titans have added over the offseason. Also, the perpetually bad is incredibly melodramatic after just 2 bad seasons. We're not the NFL equivalent of the Sabres. Well, yeah, but that wasn't good enough. You fired all that. You said, no, John Robinson, he didn't win enough. He sucks. You fired him. So I kind of struggle with that one. 615-737-1025. The best thing that the executives from The Athletic said about the Titans and the pick of Cam Ward, we'll get to that next. And is that really good enough? We'll do it next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Callahan on Thursday night. I keep getting Thursday, Friday. Brian Callahan on Thursday night talking about the Titans. And hey, there is nothing that they would have done to trade Cam Ward. They had no interest in it. They weren't going to think about it. They weren't going to, because when you have a Cam Ward, you do not trade that quarterback, at least according to the Titans. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that if Cam Ward is Mahomes, if Cam Ward is Peyton Manning, if Cam Ward is Joe Burrow, if Cam Ward is, a Hall of Fame quarterback and not has the potential to develop into a Hall of Fame quarterback, but is the guy that everybody knows is generational, i.e., and I know he hasn't become this, but Trevor Lawrence coming out, that kind of quarterback. And so the Titans, whether it's Borgonzi, Brinker, Callahan, Warren Moon apparently, Amy, who once again, she let Warren Moon give Cam Ward his uniform, which again, I would have never done. But regardless of who it is, the sentiment from the Titans, they won't say it, but they're saying it, which is, we think he is Mahomes, which is fine, but he kind of, needs to be Mahomes in order for me to sit there and take the Jared, he's Mahomes type of talk seriously. So I look forward to this every year. Mike Sando in The Athletic comes out with unfiltered, what executives are saying. He does this about the draft. He does this about free agency. Last year in free agency, in the summer of Let Rand Cook, Mike Sando talked to league executives who said, this looks like a team that doesn't even have a plan. And I know you all didn't like it at the time, but you look back on it and you're like, yeah, they just went out and signed a bunch of dudes. Yeah, they just signed a running back. Okay. No right tackle, questions at inside backer, etc. And so I look forward to this every year. Again, I remember when they came out and said Caleb Farley had a horrible medical and you guys said, oh, you're just being negative, Jared. So here's what bothers me about what the executives said. Because again, the Titans drafted Cam Ward. And it isn't, hey, there's no good trade offers out there. There's nothing they could have done to move back and build a foundation so that when it's time to get a quarterback or when the quarterback class is better, they'll be better suited to do it. There wasn't any of that. No. In fact, we know what the trade was. PK said the Giants offered 2 1s and 2 2s. And who knows if you were really sitting down with the Giants and you were really serious about it and they were really serious about 2 1s and 2 2s, that you couldn't have gotten a 3 at 99 this year and a 3 next year. Who knows? Who knows? You could have got them to throw maybe Malik Neighbors in there. Say, okay, forget about the 2 next year. It's a done deal if you throw Neighbors in there now. Again, I'm just throwing out. If you had the discussion, maybe it goes a little bit further. But The Athletic talked to the executives, and I wondered what they would say, because your executives seem to consistently be saying on the record, oh, you can't pass on Cam Ward. We see traits that remind us of Mahomes. Brian Callahan said it before the draft. I've done this before when talking about Joe effing Burrow. And so when I read the Athletic article, I wondered what they would say. And again, I'm not looking for them to have my opinion. I know there's a lot of people out there that seem to think, Jared, you just want it always to be your opinion. You just want to always be right. I want the Titans to win, and the way to win is for Cam Ward to be the guy. Here was the best thing that again, this is off the record. This is anonymous sourcing, which I know we love to crap on anonymous sourcing. I think the assistant coach who told Tom Pelissero that Shador Sanders had a horrible meeting and wasn't really that good might have been onto something. Josina Anderson. But the best thing that was said about the Titans pick of Cam Ward was, quote, good pick, solid guy, will be the first one in the building, another exec said of Ward. I don't think he is missing anything other than he regressed during his 2 years at Washington State trying to make every play. The scheme brought out his true skill set at Miami. Great. But that's not, oh, you got to take this guy. He's the next Mahomes. In fact,
There's another thing that an executive said in the story, quote, "There are so many things Kansas City had that I do not think Tennessee has. And then it's not the same player," talking about Mahomes and Ward. "You have to be really disciplined and understand that the worst thing you can do is to put a quarterback in a bad situation." Again, I have been yelling it. I have been screaming it. I have been saying, guys, are you sure this is what you want to do? And this executive, and I would love to know who it is, because I think it's probably a veteran executive. Like, I bet it's probably somebody. I talked about this on Friday. I said the Titans look like a bunch of young guys who have never done this before. Every time I talk to these coaches, every time I talk to these GMs, every time I talk to, all I ever hear about is how, yeah, I had to learn that one the hard way. And when you have a rookie general manager and you have a head coach who's been through this for 1 year and is already on the hot seat, and you have a president of football operations who hasn't been in that position very long, they haven't learned things the hard way yet. So I would love to know, is that executive an older executive who's had to learn things the hard way of, oh, hey, let's just take this team with no Pro Bowl players on offense and let's just stick him in there and say, all right, young fella, go to work. And then I learned that the hard way. One executive said, in the big picture, I think taking Cam Ward was a no-brainer for them. But if it was last year's draft, Ward probably would have been the 4th quarterback. So again, it's not like these executives are saying, hey, you had to take him, he's Mahomes. They're saying, oh, you had to take him, I guess. But next year's class is going to be better, and last year's class was much better. Again, they said that he would have been the 4th quarterback off the board last year. That's after Williams, Daniels, and May. And that's maybe 4th. That's if he's ahead of JJ. And some people said JJ's ahead of him. So, again, I know that when Bill Polian said, hey, this draft doesn't feature a Peyton Manning, this draft doesn't even feature a Jared Goff, you all said, Bill Polian, what does he know? Other than the fact that he drafted 3 quarterbacks who have started Super Bowls. In fact, he's drafted 3 quarterbacks who have started a total of 9 Super Bowls. He himself has been to 6 Super Bowls. He has a gold jacket and a Super Bowl ring. Other than that, it's like, well, he didn't like Lamar Jackson. He sucks. Then we played the cut from Thomas Dimitrov, who said, I see the talent on Cam Ward, but maybe they'd be just a little better off. Hate to say it. Maybe they'd be just a little better off if they traded back. Maybe if they could find a way to get to 10. And you said, well, he sucks, even though he went to 2 conference title games and went to a Super Bowl in Atlanta and drafted Matt Ryan as a franchise quarterback, a league MVP. And Rick Spielman, who drafted Justin Jefferson, won a bunch of games, went to conference title games in Minnesota. He said that he's a better version of Tyrod Taylor. And so you said all those guys suck. They're all fired general managers. They don't count. One general manager told Adam Schefter he did not have a quarterback in this year's class with a 1st-round grade. And that probably tracks with most of the NFL because Cam Ward went number 1. And outside of that, the Giants took Jackson Dart, but it was a reach. It was we got to get back in there and make sure we get Jackson Dart. We can't leave this to chance because there's nobody else out there. And then all the other guys like Tyler Shuck went in the 2nd round. And then obviously we all know about Shador. Again, I'm looking for one of these guys, a former NFL executive like a Bill Polian, somebody with a Super Bowl ring, somebody in the league, somebody that's like, no. You have to take Cam Ward because Cam Ward is that guy. Because the Titans are convinced, for whatever reason, according to Albert Breer, I cannot get over that Albert Breer story. And I love Albert Breer. And I think, if there's anybody who proved over the draft that they have the best information on a consistent basis, I actually think it is Albert Breer at Sports Illustrated. So this is no crap on Breer. But this is more so just the story. The story came out about how the Titans decided on Cam Ward. And according to Breer, what happened was the Titans were sitting there and they were evaluating their options. And they were like, okay, now we're going to sit down with him at the combine. Now we're going to really put it to the test. We're going to make him squirm.
And so Callahan said, I know you said that you'd come and kick my ass if I didn't draft you, but did you really mean it? And Ward said, yeah, I mean it. And the way the article reads, it's like, okay. It's like, is that really what made him squirm? Like, did you not say? Really? Because Abdul Carter just said the same thing to us. So why am I more worried about you kicking my ass than Abdul Carter? And so on and so forth. Like, whatever. Again, I'm not sold just because somebody said, I'll kick your ass if you don't draft me. Johnny Manziel texted Jimmy Haslam and said, let's wreck this league. And he said, okay, let's draft him. So I don't get too excited, been out of shape, anything of that matter. I don't get too anything based off of, well, he said he would kick our tushy, so we need to. Again, I'm looking for these executives to say, like, hey, Tennessee's headed in the right direction. Hey, Tennessee, they look like they have a plan. They look like they're really trying to build. They look like and nobody's saying it. And I hear the Titans use words like discipline. Well, this has to be a disciplined process. That was a bad Borgonzi. When you're in the car, you got to go in your head and you got to go with a disciplined process. You got to decide what you're trying to do. But I don't see anybody saying, hey, this is really disciplined on the Titans. I mean, the Titans just did what every other bad team does. They overdrafted a quarterback at number 1, and that's no disrespect to Ward. Ward would have gone number 1 if somebody else had picked here, but he's not the best player in this draft. He would have gone number 1. So they overdrafted a quarterback, and now it feels like they're going to run him out there right away. And once they do that, they're probably going to ruin him. Because, again, this isn't Cincinnati, which tried their best to ruin Joe Burrow, but Joe Burrow, in my opinion, is unruinable. And this isn't Kansas City, where Patrick Mahomes sits on the bench for a year behind a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, and then walks onto the field with a playoff team, an all-pro right tackle, an all-pro tight end, a Pro Bowl running back, a Pro Bowl receiver who is the fastest receiver in the NFL, a head coach who had been to 5 conference championship games and a Super Bowl before Patrick Mahomes got there, and the number 1 pick at left tackle. That's not this team. This team does not have a single player that made the Pro Bowl last season on offense. Not a single player. Their left tackle is probably an average starter. Their right tackle, we'll see. That's not the Chiefs. Their tight end, I looked it up today because Chig is kind of becoming the new ire that I have when it comes to the Titans. According to Pro Football Focus, Chig Aonquo last season ranked 32nd out of 37 qualifying tight ends. And so I'm looking for someone that says the Titans did the right thing, and I don't see anybody out there that's saying it. And you guys might just say, they're a bunch of haters. Haters. They hate us. But they've been saying this for years. You've been saying they're haters, and then they've been right. And when the best thing they can say is, well, he's going to be the first guy in and the last guy out. Like, that's not good enough. Will Levis was the first guy in the building too. I need something better. It's very disappointing. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. We continue along Stillman and Company. 1025 and 1063 The Game.
Company 1025-1063, the game. So I've complained enough about what the executives say about the Titans draft. There is one I've got to get to here, which I absolutely love. There's going to be one that you love and one that you hate. So let's start with the one you're going to love, just so that everybody is in, a better frame of mind or happier, whatever you want to call it. So this is Jacksonville. And we know what Jacksonville did. They traded up 3 spots in the draft to go get Travis Hunter. And I like Travis Hunter. I do. And Jacksonville says they're going to play on both sides of the ball. I would play Travis Hunter if I was general manager. I would play Travis Hunter both sides of the ball. What I would do, and I don't know if Jacksonville's talking about this or not talking about this, if I were the Titans, and let's say that I had decided that I was not going to take Cam Ward, I was going to sign Sam Darnold, and I was going to take Travis Hunter, or nobody called and wanted to trade up for the pick, so I'm on the clock and I take Travis Hunter, which wouldn't have happened, we know now, because everybody either wanted Travis Hunter or they wanted Cam Ward, and there were great offers out there for Cam Ward. But if I had Travis Hunter, I would have played him on both sides of the ball. And I would have adjusted practice so that he would have been able to practice both sides of the ball. The goal line stuff, Travis probably not going to do that on offense. We're not going to worry about that. Goal line defense, Travis probably not going to do that. We're not going to worry about that. But I want Travis on the field when the game's in the balance, and I don't care if that's on offense or defense, and we'd figure it out. I also would have a plan, and we would not say this publicly because you can't say these things publicly, but we would have a plan that Travis is going to sit out 3 games during the year. That instead of playing a full 17-game season, Travis is going to play 14 games. What does that mean? It means that Travis will have a ankle injury, quote unquote, week 5. We're going to give him a week off. We're just going to take those snaps out. And then maybe that'll help us develop some depth or something. I don't know. So here's what an anonymous executive, or the anonymous executives talking to Mike Sando in The Athletic, said about Jacksonville's draft. Quote, "I can't name a dual threat guy who played both ways at the level they are drafting him at," one executive said. Deion Sanders, Rod Woodson, they all settled into whatever their position is. As soon as he gets one injury and is out for 3 weeks, he is going to go to one side of the ball, saying that this idea that you can play Hunter on both sides of the ball is not feasible. And maybe they're right. I still would try it, but this is probably the likely scenario. Hunter ends up settling on one side of the ball, and for me, that would be wide receiver. And again, I would still be okay with taking that at the top of this draft because I think Travis Hunter is the best receiver in this draft. But this is the one I love. Another executive said, quote, "The Jags have a young general manager who by all accounts would be more analytically inclined in his decision-making, and an organization that you think holds analytics in high regard. Jacksonville very much with Tony Khan in there, they're very much one of those ha, 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 analytics. They're one of those operations." The executive continues. And what do? They do the opposite of the analytical decision by trading up to select a non-quarterback, i.e., they're just running roughshod out there. And again, this is why for the last 3 years, I've said when it comes to the Titans and their choice of who really to run their organization, I've said I want somebody with experience. Because in Jacksonville, here's a Johnny-come-lately who I think is younger than me. And he's the general manager of the team. And just like Ran Carthon did, again, this speaks to the inexperience, just like Ran Carthon did in his first draft, he got up there and said something stupid. If you have not seen the quote about the Travis Hunter thing, I saw that and I'm like, this guy's a freaking fool. And it reminds me of how I felt when Rand was getting all worked up after they drafted Tajay Spears and Will Levis, and he said something stupid along the lines of, "Hey, this is going to be the best night of these kids' lives." It's like, dude, you've been general manager for 5 minutes. These people that are covering this team, some have been covering this team for 25 years. I think, could be wrong here, I think they know how to do their jobs. And this is why I value experience. Because here comes Jacksonville's young general manager, fresh shaven, right out of college. And he's like, "I've got to give up all these picks in order to move up to get Travis Hunter. I can do it." And I do hate that. Another executive said they had to feel really good about their roster to give up a high 2 and next year's 1. But Trevor Lawrence the guy? What happens if he suffers his 3rd concussion in 3 years? Everybody makes those trades thinking they'll be 25 or later. It seems short-sighted. Now, I'll say this about what happens to Trevor Lawrence. I mean, if Trevor Lawrence gets a 3rd concussion and Trevor Lawrence isn't the guy, or if all that happens, then, I mean, Jacksonville has to hit the reset button anyways. Like, this coach was hired for Trevor Lawrence. Meanwhile, there's Jacksonville. And Houston. And Houston had 4 picks in the top 100. And the executives, according to The Athletic, are just taking their pants off when it comes to the Texans. And that makes me at least a little nervous. One executive said, they have Tank Dell coming off of injury and lost Stephon Diggs. But man, when Dell gets healthy, which I think will be next season, I don't think Tank Dell will play in 25. I think he will play in 26. But when Dell gets healthy, adding the receivers they got, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, to go with Nico Collins, wow, C.J. Stroud is going to have weapons galore, an executive said. You don't need physical enough corners. You don't have physical enough corners to cover 2 6'4" receivers. Again, think about having T. Higgins on one side and T. Higgins on the other side. That's what I think this executive is talking about. Sando continues in the story with another executive who says they got out from the money of Tunsil, and the kid they took out of Minnesota, Ursery, is surely not Tunsil. He is a stiffer, taller guy who they can probably get by within their scheme with what they're going to do. They don't need a downhill physical left tackle. Basically, he's not a run blocker. He's a pass blocker. That's fine. We're going to throw it with CJ 50 times a game. I don't have a problem with that. Another executive compared the Texans to the Bengals because both teams have prioritized weaponry over the offensive line. The quarterback is going to have an 8 to 10 year relationship with those 2 Iowa State kids. Again, talking about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. And I think he's going to have a great year, another executive said. Higgins can play outside the numbers in press coverage and win. The way he times his jumps makes contested catches and wins on fade balls. Jumps over guys. I love him. Noel is all business. And I heard somebody, I can't remember who, I think it might have been Paul, said the Titans were desperately trying to get back in the mix for Jalen Noel. So the executives think Jacksonville's stupid, and they think Houston absolutely hit it out of the park as far as the draft's concerned. You know what I think the big difference between the two teams is? In Jacksonville, they're trying to make Trevor good. Like, they're trying to take what they have in Trevor, and they're trying to, okay, let's get him Travis Hunter, and let's work on the line, and let's get him a new coach, and whereas Houston can be more confident at taking throws at the dartboard because they know their quarterback is good. Oh, yeah, he can make up for the line. We don't have to have a great line. He can make up for it. They got to the divisional round of the playoffs last year, and their offensive line was abysmal. I do think there's something there. So they don't love what you did. They don't necessarily hate it, but they don't love it. And they think if you think you're going to beat Kansas City, they're saying no. But they do look at what Jacksonville did and thought, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. And then they're looking at what you did or what Houston did and said, wow, they're going to light it up. So make of that what you will. Tomorrow is a very special show. And I am at least a little interested tomorrow at how people are going to feel because we are going to be in Atlanta tomorrow ahead of the Braves and the Dodgers. That's right. The Braves and the Dodgers tomorrow is part of May in the A. So I guess I'll be on Robbie and Rex Road tomorrow at 7. I mean, Joe came on in Jared versus Joe yesterday, and he complained about, taking time out of my day to do Jared versus Joe. I have to wake up in the morning to go do their show, but I'll be on at 7 o'clock tomorrow, and then I'm in the car, and I'm on my way to Truist Park. So we will be there for May in the A. And it starts with the Dodgers, again, the defending world champions tomorrow, and we will be live outside of the third base gate at Truist Park. So get excited for that. Talking a little baseball. That's right. Stillman and Company, we're out of here. Stillman and Company, we'll see you all tomorrow at 2.